Far out, man. Far out. Far out, man.
They're not even close to being done yet.
Yep.
I wiggled your mouse just to make sure your computer was awake, so.
Oh, it doesn't have to be awake. It uploads anyway.
There was one time that, like, when you did the movie commentary, I had to do it over again because it got stuck for some reason.
I ended up watching the debate from last night, and somehow it didn't seem so harsh the second time. I think you did a good job, even if it was harsh at times. It was, like, I think the harshness of and by the way, it wasn't a debate last night. It was a moderated discussion, very lightly moderated discussion and political argument. Okay, but yeah, I think it came off harsher than it was because Jamie was so wildly underprepared for it. And I was overprepared because it was basically just the shit that I've spent, I don't know how many fucking hours out here talking about and learning about and refining my rhetorical device on. And she doesn't do that. She gets all of her takes and all of her verbiage and all of her phrasing from other people. And so I think it seemed harsh because I kept dogpiling on her. I didn't stop. But it really wasn't, all that harsh in my opinion. I've been harsher with, far lesser people. I mean, it just didn't look good for her from jump. Like, she just looked bad from the start and wasn't prepared for any of my very fucking, like, if you know anything about arguing with people, you know exactly the type of tactics I was using last night. And wasn't prepared to counter it in any way or provide any kind of pushback or... I mean, she could have very easily, handled me in a way where it was like a coin flip, 50-50. Like, some people think I did better, something, but I knew I wasn't getting that from Jamie Darke. There's just no way. It's like she's not equipped.
I banned this Jesus Christ meme account.
Do whatever you want. I was wondering if you would talk to Galen. What's he like? Talk about Galen. What's he like and how you met him? I've always appreciated his wisdom and conversation. Nice bait. No, I actually don't really have a problem with Galen. He was a really interesting dude to talk to. Cooked some pretty good food. Had some interesting stories and shit. But ultimately was a shit talker. Like, what are you going to do? I didn't force him to go into that fucking chat room and talk booty chatter about me behind my back. And it wasn't even really behind my back. It was just like out in public. I didn't force that information into my knowledge, and I didn't force him to lie to me when I confronted him about it. So that's where I stand with Galen. Hello, Zonsta. How are you? I'm gonna have to go get myself something to drink. Give me a sec. Ooh. I will return.
You want this ID? You done? You little muggy out here.
He's like, I don't like those flies neither.
Fly, give me the business. Yeah. Give me the business.
You regular Highdeology viewers know that we have a little fox family in our yard. The other night, Cricket was looking out the window and had a little stare down with the fox. He stared at the fox for like 10 minutes straight. Yep, there's a mama fox and a daddy fox and 2 little baby foxes that are living in our yard. I mean, Cricket would definitely lose a battle with a fox, but he definitely liked believing that he was having a showdown with it. And I don't think foxes are probably good pets. They're probably a bit too aggressive if you were to keep them in a confined space. Oh. Pretty sure it's a red fox, but it might not be. It might not be quite red enough to be a red fox. It might be the other fox. We're just gonna let the little family chill and see if they want to stay after their little kits are all grown up. Telling them about Cricket's stare down with the fox.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty epic. Who knows what was really going on there? Was that a friendship being made? Who knows? The fox and the cat. And in other news out of California, a fox has fallen in love with a house cat, and it's the cutest story we've heard all week. Jane? That's right, Tom. Cricket the house cat first noticed the fox one night. Oh my God, what's gonna happen? That's how we're gonna get our million.
Yeah. Selling the cat fox friendship story.
Yep. Can we be done with the Jamie stuff, or are you still milking it? I was gonna be done with the Jamie stuff, but now I kind of want to talk about it more and ban you if you bitch about it. Yeah, I was gonna be done, but you reminded me that the Jamie stuff is there, so now I'm gonna talk about Jamie more.
You don't have to apologize for bringing it up. Like, it's in the title, basically. You did a post-mortem this morning about the Jamie thing.
Yeah, well, it had to be cut
Post-mortem
short.
part 2.
It had to be cut short because I didn't have that much time this morning. So, is Jamie still a mod? No, I demodded Jamie, but like months ago, way
I
before.
think before she even came out, she got demodded.
It was years ago. It was before you and I met.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was before Jamie came out. She was demodded up out of here. But she's not banned or anything.
You're banned from her chat, though.
Don't you think you railroaded her a bit to the regression of the discussion? The discussion had already regressed to something that wasn't even fundamentally useful anyway. She literally had no point. She couldn't name a specific all night. She was walking forward and back between arguments and seemingly didn't know she was doing it. So, no, I think that in a situation like that where the contention is somebody doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, that's what you do. You never let up the pressure. It's like somebody in chat really helped me with that. Some guy found a quote from Vosh and put it up there, and it was a pretty complex political idea, and Jamie had no fucking clue what it was. Oh man, dude, that was like became a broken record thing. The kind of holy fuck, Paul. Oh my god, Paul. Oh, are you serious? Like just a constant like astonishment at everything that came out of my mouth. Like
she hasn't watched you for fucking
Yeah.
6 years or whatever.
Yeah, or like she's just never heard a word before. I mean, it had topical potential if we had somebody on the show that could actually talk about what was being discussed there. I don't even think Jamie knows what any of the... I think it was something about Marxism, Leninism, and leftism and how they intersect, if I remember properly. And I don't think Jamie knows what any of those things are.
I think, yeah, if I remember correctly, it was like Marxism, Leninism doesn't exist because Marxism is just an extension of leftism.
I can't remember what the quote was. It got lost in the word soup response. Jamie's taken every position as some kind of future defense. I know. It's just weak sauce shit. Yeah, the constant holy fuck, and she was in bad faith, I'm assuming, got annoying. Like, bitch just wasn't constantly using a new word. Yep. I mean, that was just my contention in the first place, and you know, I don't think it had to go where it went last night, but I'm fine doing it, and so was she. Nobody twisted her arm or nothing. And she could have left at any time she felt I was being abusive. I see all these people, like, in her restream of this, like, just fucking simping so hard and talking about how abusive I was to her or whatever, and I'm just like... So, like, would coddling her have somehow ennobled her in your mind? Like, that's not what you do in a political discussion. If somebody's got weak ideas and has no foundation for them and can't back a single one up and can't give a specific example of any contention they have with you, you push that until the person breaks, and that's what happened last night. I pushed it until Jamie Darke couldn't handle not having her own positions anymore. See, I was kind of going into it this morning, but like I said, I didn't have a whole ton of fucking time to do it. But that's the difference between, like, being a parrot, which is what Jamie Darke is. Germ Darke. She's a parrot. She's smart enough to take somebody else's words and fill in the blanks and make a 20-minute argument into a 2-hour regurgitation, but she's not smart enough to answer specific tangential questions because she has no position beyond what she was told to say. So, for example, Vosh might go, spend 5 minutes explaining what he means by material conditions. Jamie will take 10% of that, memorize it, and then bring it up like it's her position every time somebody asks. But if you actually drill down into the etymology of the term, the way that Vosh is using it, the theory that he's pulling it from, Jamie has no idea what it is. So you can't have a deeper discussion other than, I heard an opinion from somebody smarter than I am. And that just, like, that type of fake leftism drives people away. So if you think that this was just like a bully activity on Jamie, no. Having people like her, booger hangers on the left that don't have opinions of their own, but just amplify somebody else's opinion and add nothing to the discourse, they're damaging. They have to be called out, else they never learn how to fucking have an opinion of their own. If nobody ever fucking tells Jamie Darke ever in her life that she doesn't have a single fucking original thought in her head, she's going to go through life continuing to pretend like she does And someday she's going to end up in a fucking discussion that's way beyond her depth in a way farther way than I was. And she's going to get fucking raffle stomped out of a career that she's trying to build for herself because she's trying to participate in things. It's like the quote from Slick Rick. She's trying to claim things she hasn't earned. Honest, man.
I mean, like, if you hated Jamie, you wouldn't have given her the time of day. Like, that gave her hella exposure for her shit.
Oh my God, dude. The people in there acting like she was all victimized by the process and I was all brutal. Like, dude, she got more people viewing her last night than she has in months. Maybe years.
Yeah, like for concurrent live viewers at the very least.
That was a huge boost to her visibility. She just dropped the ball. She fumbled on the goal line and nobody's going to fucking go over to Jamie Darke's channel that wasn't already there simping. So... victory for her, I guess. Like, I don't know what she thought people wanted to see or what people thought they wanted to see. If we had sat there and had a boring snooze box conversation where we tiptoed around each other's feelings for 2.5 hours, there would have been 20 viewers and TJ would have got like a $15 super chat once. Like, the whole point of it was to be entertaining and to capitalize on the stupid drama between me and Jamie's channel and me just talking shit about her talk. Like, it was a brilliant idea by TJ, but, like, you know what it was from the jump, right? It's like everybody's trying to recontextualize it like I was somehow wrong because I came at her a certain way. It's like, no, I was, like, if I'm wrong, I was wrong because I said something wrong. She was wrong because she had no defense for anything I was saying. And this idea that I did nothing but scream at her is ridiculous, too. I was watching some fucking context from it. I spent most of the... Dude, she screamed at least twice as much as I did. Pretty much every goddamn answer to any interjection I had was, fuck you, Paul, goddammit, you motherfucking goddamn son of a bitch. Like, she... like, dude, if me screaming is the problem, then what about her screaming twice as much as I fucking screamed?
Someone claims they have an official count of all the times she said good faith, bad faith.
Oh, yeah?
You want to hear it?
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, I want to know it. What's the official count on the amount of times that Jamie Darke empty-headedly, like a little Vosh marionette, used a term she has no fucking clue what it means? I want to know. I want to know. Bad faith, bad faith, bad faith, bad faith. You started with insults and said some awesome points, and it's hard for people to hear what you're saying when you do that. My only critique of you, I don't really care. I wasn't trying to really get people to hear what I was saying last night. I was trying to fuck Jamie Darke and have fun doing it, and I did. Enjoyed your performance yesterday. It was kind of satisfying and super funny at times. She poured her heart out to you at one point. It was weird. I mean, that was it. Like, every little, like, trust me, I've been in a lot of these arguments, dude. Maybe not as many as some people have been, but these fucking online things, I've been doing them since back in the fucking day, dude. Really back in the day. I started doing this type of online argumentation on MPlayer, which doesn't even exist anymore. It was one of the first voice over IP programs available. And they had political argument rooms and just ponage rooms where you would try and, like, King of the Hill who could insult each other. Dude, I spent hours in that shit as a kid. Hours. As a 16-year-old kid. And I never stopped doing it. I took it to the YouTube space as soon as that became a thing and started arguing with people and honing my argument there. And like, my whole channel was built on me finding people like Jamie Darke talking out of their ass ends and putting them in their fucking place. And I wasn't nice to them either. I don't find that tiptoeing around stupidity does much for it, other than fucking justifying it. Had I ennobled Jamie Darke with a civil conversation last night, it would leave room for her to believe that she had delivered some kind of a performance last night, other than just shitting her pants live in front of about 300 or 400 people, or I don't know how many people were watching at the top of it. There was a lot of people in there.
So just real quick, I guess the count is good faith 8 times and bad faith 19 times.
Dope. Let's see. I enjoy. I got that one. Thank you, by the way, for that. You know what's crazy, Paul? The take wasn't even Vosh's to begin with. He stole it from Destiny. That's the way this works, dude. Dude, it's like the stupidest game of telephone ever, right? Smart guy like Destiny makes a take. Another smart guy, but maybe not quite as smart, Vosh, comes along, takes the take and makes it his own. Then at the end of the human centipede is Jamie Darke, who just takes the take and craps out whatever comes out the end of it. It's like the world's most lame game of telephone, but with political takes. Thank you, Mr. Naughty Priest, for the $50, you sassy rapscallion, you. I'm gonna spank your booty if I ever meet you, sir. I'm gonna take you over my knee. You rapscallion, you. Yeah, I tried to play a drinking game with how many times she said it in bad faith, but I gave up because I probably gave myself out. Yeah. You would have died. If you took a shot for every use of good faith and 2 shots for every use of bad, you would have died like halfway through last night's stream. At least. So she's the new Jacklyn Glynn. Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
I wouldn't reduce Jacklyn Glynn that much.
I don't know, dude. Yeah, you know Jacklyn Glynn got caught plagiarizing like hardcore, right?
I guess that's true.
She got fucking like literally taking articles about atheism and shit and reading them on her videos like they were her thoughts and about her. And then somebody fucking found out she was doing it. She denied it. She's a fucking, it's the same shit. Like Jacklyn Glynn, I don't have as much a problem with her as I do Jamie, but I haven't really even heard what Jacklyn Glynn's up to now, so maybe I do. But yeah, no, I got no respect for that. Anybody that like takes a whole body of work and presents it as their own without fucking like any kind of context clue that they're, it's like with us, right? We'll pull blurbs from fucking articles and Wikipedia articles and shit, but it's assumed that that's what we're doing. It's
and
assumed.
It's like, it's not plagiarism if you probably use like 24 sources.
Right, of course. But like the idea is we take blurbs and then we expound upon those blurbs and provide commentary on the information that we've learned. Right.
There's also only so many ways to state a fact too.
Exactly.
Like if someone's born in fucking 1893 in Minnesota. You
right.
can't say that 10 different ways.
I mean, it's just, it's easy to read succinct little blurbs and then talk about things. So there's no insinuation that you're using somebody else's material at all. And you just come out and go like, hi guys, I'm Paul Ziegel. 7 years ago, our fathers brought upon this continent a new nation conceived in liberty. You know what I mean? It's just like,
you see that 25 one?
oh, no, I didn't. Hi, Paul and chat. Hi, Krista Valancourt. Thank you for the Canadian 25. The Canadian Twump. It's something that I honestly would like to get better at, honestly. Like just giving our editors our research documents and having a works cited list so that the editor can, while we're reading from an article or whatever, put up a little blurb at the bottom from Forbes, blah, 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 But, I mean, anybody that thinks that we're writing everything that we're reading when we read a news story is ridiculous, or a historical document or whatever the fuck. Like, our show is about finding those little tidbits of information and then making them fun. I think there's a misconception that someone you respect or someone you can get some political views from, you can't disagree with them, and it's obvious she doesn't agree with Vosh ever. Well, that she says she does. But when both I and the moderator interjected last night several times to ask her to give one concrete example of something she disagrees with Vosh on, she didn't come up with shit. Like she said, I thought we found one. She was like, I don't like Vosh's stances on guns. But then before she got finished with that, she invalidated her own position. She was like, I don't like Vosh's stances on guns, the leftists getting guns and stuff. I mean, if you want to have guns, go ahead and have them. And I was like, what? So you don't agree with Vosh, but you do. It's just like, whatever, bro. There was no stance. There was no, because like it doesn't exist. That's my whole point. And I told TJ this. You guys can go back and look at my fucking thing from last night before this whole thing ever started. I told TJ this. Like, she's not equipped for this. This is going to be fucking ridiculous. I'm not even going to take it seriously. I've already been running back and forth in and out of the house like a fucking kid dropping trigger bombs in her fucking chat, okay? That's where the discourse is at for me. That's where my mood is. So if that's what you want, let's go. And he told her that shit too. But there's no way I'm not holding somebody's feet to the fire. They come up and like want to talk all like erudite, like the way she does. Erudite. How do you say that word? Maybe I shouldn't use words I don't know how to say. Erudite. I think that's the name. Trying to talk all highfalutin, tootin', 50-cent college word. It wasn't prepared. Brought an empty head to a gunfight. Like, I don't know what else to say. Erudite. 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 Whatever. Erudite. Okay, erudite. I was waiting for the anti-trans bomb to drop when the arguments ran out. She started to try to do it, but I shut it down immediately. I just was like, nope, you're not going to take it down that fucking road. You ever had any interest in archaeology and anthropology? I'm currently doing my field school where we're taught to excavate. I think it's interesting. I don't know that I'm interested enough to like study it in depth, but like I've read like about anthropological digs and definitely I'm interested in like this, not just the things that people have discovered, but the stories of the people who have discovered these ancient things. What was his name? Carter that discovered Tutankhamun's tomb. It's just really interesting. Like the pursuit of trying to rediscover our past is a really interesting thing to me, but layman interest, right? I don't think I could be a student of it, but good on you, man. That's cool. That's real cool. And congrats on, getting close to finishing up your stuff too. Enjoy the debate. Was great fun. Thanks. Yep. Thank you. Someone parrots Vosh when they say unironically every 2 seconds. Yeah. Well, that's Vosh, I believe, parroting Destiny. It's so weird, dude. The hot take pipeline, the human centipede of political takes on YouTube. It's so very strange. A parrot parroting a parrot.
Yeah. And that's why probably Vosh walked back his thing, because he didn't actually come up with it himself and realize any counter arguments to it.
Vosh walked back his thing because he threw a hot take out there and did the same thing basically Jamie did.
Yeah.
Talked with a bunch of fucking like false authority on a subject he clearly knew nothing about. Went and made hot takes talking about how Pride should be a family-friendly street fair so kids can get cotton candy and t-shirts, unironically.
Yeah.
And then walked it back when queer activists and people that have knowledge about the queer movement and queer acceptance in this country like pointed out that that's not what Pride isn't about, you bringing your little fucking curtain climber to it and getting cotton candy. It's a protest. And so he slowly but surely walked it back.
And then he's like, I didn't even say
I didn't even say
Pride.
Yeah, I didn't say you should change Pride. I just said that the Pride should be changed into something else. This bad faith argumentation. And then that sort of thing, which is at least more deftly done by Vosh, because he's got a brain rattling around up in his head somewhere, is taken by like bottom feeders like Jamie Darke and recontextualized into just a brain dead marionette argument. Just regurgitating the same straw man, bad faith, just.
Although, to be fair, Vosh has come out as autistic, so I don't know if it was necessarily meant as an insult when someone used it.
What, autistic?
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, here's
No,
the
I was like so he banned someone for saying that he was autistic, and Vosh has actually said he's autistic.
who bans. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, if it was used as a pejorative, I don't want it in here. My whole point on that is I treat autistic people who engage in discourse just like I treat anybody else, and that's how I would want to be treated if I was autistic. I don't want people to tiptoe around me because I suffer from mental illness. You know, you got something to say to me, just say it. And I give other people the same respect. I saw some people insinuating that I was bullying Jamie because she might be autistic. Now, number one, I don't know if Jamie's autistic or not, but number two, I don't consider engaging directly in adult discourse with somebody to be shaming anybody. In fact, I think it ennobles people with mental illness to be treated like they don't have it, and not to have it be brought front and center, not to be babied about it. She wants to be babied about it. She could have said, no, thank you. I would rather not do that. But, oh yeah, dude, fucking Skeptical Jesus was in the chat simping hard. But when Jamie was losing, he was saying shit like, make sure you like the stream. You know what I mean? Like when Jamie was like stuttering her way through a fucking horrible attempt at a point, he would be, he was all of a sudden all quiet. But every time I talked, he was in the chat with just uncharitable take after uncharitable take. Like that dude has really just like gone off the fucking deep end, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Like if you hitch your wagon at fucking Jamie Darke, I don't even know what to, I can't help you. Dude, every human on earth has some level of mental illness. Name one person who doesn't have some sort of mental struggle. It can't be used as a shield. Exactly. I totally fucking agree. Couldn't agree more. That doesn't mean that you're not compassionate to people who suffer when they're suffering and shit. What it means is you don't walk around with kid gloves and pretend like they can't handle adult fucking shit. I don't want to be treated that way because I have depression, anxiety, PTSD. I don't want to be treated that way. I don't ask for that. And it doesn't excuse stupid or bad behavior. Exactly. If I do wrong by somebody because I'm depressed or anxious or having an episode or whatever the fuck, I go to that person, I apologize to that person that I did wrong to. Period. I don't go like, well, you know, I was fucked up. I was depressed and shit. It's like, no. I might tell them like, sorry, I was really struggling. I lashed out at you in a way that I shouldn't have, and I'm really fucking sorry.
Yeah, it provides context, not excuse.
Right. That's not saying that I had no fucking control over it or anything. That's not me like not refusing to apologize because I was in a state or whatever. I just tell people like, I'm sorry, I was in a bad place. I shouldn't have let that fucking affect how I treat you, and I did, and I apologize. And usually people are like, it's cool, dude. Because it wasn't their fault that I was depressed. And it wasn't their fault that I wasn't able to control my mouth. Dude, I don't suffer fools lightly or gladly. I really don't. And by fool, I don't necessarily mean anything about somebody's intellectual capacity. That's not what I mean by fool. A fool to me is a person who is intentionally self-deluded. And I do not suffer a fool lightly. Fools are time wasters. They waste not only their own time, but mine. And so Jamie Darke, as I said at the beginning of it, is a fool. She doesn't always have to be a fool, and maybe she will ruminate on the things that I said to her last night and someday, you know, individuate and start making takes of her own. But as it stands right now, Jamie Darke is a fool. And I do not suffer fools lightly. In my personal life or in my public life or in my business life, I don't suffer a fool. I got no time for him. It's hilarious when you yelled, "You charlatan." She is. She probably doesn't even know what that meant. She was probably real offended by it and has heard it before, but couldn't tell you what a charlatan is. She's still young. Yeah, true that. You got to get a spanking every once in a while intellectually to develop at all. And people are acting like it was just like some huge hate crime. I participated last night by being mean to Jamie Darke, and it's like, If she takes that and learns nothing for it and doubles down on every criticism that I made of her that stuck, that's on her. You know what I mean? Some of that shit was what they call back in the day tough love. Now, there's no love between Jamie Darke and I, but, you know,
Well,
content creator to content creator, you're acting like a dipshit.
I think she even said in the stream, like, before the big debate that she at least realized that she had a parasocial relationship with you, and that has been clouding her thinking.
Right, it's been clouding her thinking to what an asshole and a piece of shit I am because I don't agree with her now.
Yeah.
That's how she's using it. She's not using that as in good faith.
Yeah.
I had a parasocial relationship with Paul, and I used to just be a sycophant for everything he says, but then I saw some undefined thing that I disagree with Paul about, and I knew that he was a piece of shit. It's like... Whew. Where do we start? Dude, the toughest love that she got last night was me telling her, didn't you, like you said, you're very proud of yourself for learning to, like, develop your own opinions. Didn't you just go from having TJ's opinions to having Vosh's opinions? What? That shit hit hard. You could tell that was a gut punch. If that was a boxing match, that would have been that body blow that you see the other guy wince, like, because it was just like, it cut right to the bone. It's so the truth about Jamie Darke, by the way. Jamie Darke was like a little fucking pirate parrot sitting on TJ's shoulder for like fucking 5 years or more. And then as soon as fucking she found somebody else, she jumped right over to fucking Vosh and just started being a pirate parrot on his shoulder. She never answered a single question anybody asked her last night because she doesn't have answers. She just has talking points that she learned from other people. That's the point.
Yeah, that's true. Like, people were acting like, oh my god, I can't even stand Paul anymore. He was so mean. But, like, they fucking were cheering like fucking seals when you were going after Brett Keane and shit.
Oh, of course. These people are just hypocrites. Like, the person that they wanted to win didn't win, so they've got to make me the loser somehow because I was too mean, or my tone was wrong, or I was a bully. This is all just natural parts of the salty loss cycle. Like, when you lose something, there's a salty loss cycle that happens amongst people that are your sycophants and your fucking simps and shit. They just, Vosh can't be wrong. He can't be wrong. Paul's a moron. Paul's got 0 IQ takes. Paul's bad faith. Paul, something happened. Paul was mean. Jamie didn't do so well. I agree, but that was because Paul was so mean. He never gave her a chance to speak. It's like... Man, sing me the song, your people. How about try this? Whoa, Jamie lost. Whoa. It's like a weight comes off your shoulders. No, just go ahead and shoulder that sack of bullshit. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Paul bad. Paul bad. Paul bad. Thank you, shitty economist. Dude, I saw people that were like simping hard for her when I was talking. Like when she would start talking, they were saying things like, breathe, Jamie. I was like, oh my God. Dude, dude, being a cheerleader for somebody losing that hard has got to be even harder than being the cheerleader. You know what I mean? Than being the person losing. Sis, boom, ba, rah, 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 Jamie, dumb as a rock. You know, like just, how do you do that? Every time I'm talking, Paul stupid, Paul bad faith, and then every time Jamie talking, oh God, breathe, Jamie, it's okay. Breathe, girl. You got this, girl. You guys really thought the outcome was gonna go any other fucking direction? Yeah, they're like a boxing coach. Stick him with a jab, Rock. Don't just take the punches lying down. Counter punch, Rock. Give him the old business. Give him the old business, Rock. I don't know. I don't know if I can do it no more, Mac. I can't even see. Rock, you can do it. Listen, I've seen you in the gym, Rocky. Take a drink, but spit it out, Rock. Spit it out. Yeah, that's right. Clear your eyes. Clear your eyes. Let me get an ice pack for this man. That's right, Rock. You got this. No. It's like, dude, that's your role in this? Oh my fucking God, bro. How about you actually try and help Jamie out by, instead of simping for her and letting her exist in this weird little fantasy world that she somehow did okay last night, you tell her the truth. Jamie, that made no sense. Sorry. I like you, but maybe try that one again. Maybe refine your argument a little bit. What was that? No, just full simp mode. It's like, come on, bro. This is for Social Climber comment. Much appreciated. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Honest Red knows. I'm pretty sure Honest Red has a history with Jamie Darke. If I remember correctly, Honest Red was part of the Jamie Darke dork show or whatever that I went on back in the day that she said was shit. And I remember like feeling like, what is Jamie bringing to this? Because at least Honest Red was like engaging with the guests and trying to move topics along and shit. And Jamie was just sitting there with her big empty head, just like echoing. You know, like, I'm not trying to fucking, like, I really don't know much about Honest Red, but I've seen him in the community a few times. And I think, if I'm thinking of the guy, that he is her ex-co-host or whatever. So he knows probably better than all of us, because he's dealt with Jamie Darke in the background and shit. He knows Jamie Darke off screen, you know. And if he's in here saying I'm right, then I kind of imagine that's a pretty good endorsement. Doesn't necessarily make it so, but these flies. He got away. Didn't get him that time, but he ain't gonna land over here again. Just missed him. Would you rather be a Sith or a Jedi? A Jedi, of course. Why would you even insinuate that there would be something dark in my heart that would push me towards something like Sithdom? I am ever an ally of the Jedi Order. Never mind this red lightsaber. Only a Sith deals in absolutes, which itself is an absolutist statement. I'm worried that you didn't get the fly and it's now somewhere else out of sight. No, it is. He's buzzing around, but he's not like right up in our business no more. He got the message. He was that close to fucking catching an early death. Like, probably just 12 hours early, but still. If you're a fly, you only got about fucking 24, 48 hours to do your business, you know what I mean? I hung out for a little bit in the stream afterwards, and I remember hearing TJ kind of talking about my debate tactics and shit. And he was talking about whether or not I care. Somebody had asked him about that, and I tried to type something, but his chat was in, like, I don't know, he wasn't in low latency or whatever. So by the time it came out and he read it, it was out of context. And I was just trying to tell him that, like, I do care. I just don't care whether I'm perceived as the face or the heel. And that is wrestler terminology for those of you that don't follow wrestling. In wrestling, to put it simply, the face is the guy that the people that planned the match want the crowd to love. He's the guy that the crowd is behind, that they want to win. all of that. And the heel is the villain that has to lose in order for the face to win. And that's what I don't care about. I don't care about coming out the end of a discussion like that, whether people perceived me as the face in the conversation or the heel. I really don't. And maybe that's a gap in my rhetoric or whatever. I'm willing to admit that. But by the same token, I really don't feel like changing my stripes now would be a good fucking tactic for me. I'm good at what I do. I find value in it, even if other people don't. And I keep my own counsel on shit like this. And so I'm aware that there are certain people that are immediately turned off by the abrasive nature with which I pursue argument. And for those people, you know, there's a safety net. There are other people that believe like I do that are way more logical, less prone to emotional argumentation, less prone to direct confrontation, and they can go and listen to those people. But, you know, it's not my intention to baby everybody in a philosophical way. If you don't like what I'm saying or the way I'm presenting it, there are an infinite number of people providing their personal life philosophy for you to listen to. Go listen to them. Paul enjoys being toxic. I kind of do, yeah. Yeah, I kind of do. Number one, the whole term toxic has been overused to the point of meaninglessness now. But when you're talking about toxicity as being a gadfly, keeping a conversation from going a predetermined, boring, and predictable route, then absolutely, yeah. I do enjoy being toxic in that way. Ever think you'd do meetups in Canada? It's beautiful in the summer. Maybe. I'd love to go to Canada someday, but
They ever let us in?
yeah, if they ever let us in anymore. We've got better vaccination status than they do, don't we?
No, they actually overcame us. In
Oh,
the
did they?
Percentage of
All right.
population that's vaccinated.
Fair enough. Mea culpa. I take it back then. They have every right to keep us out. You ain't as confrontational as you think. What does that mean? I don't know. I guess. Yeah, my lips are a poison paradise, dude. I'm toxic. I'm slipping under. I can't help. I'm serious and I'm falling for you.
Maybe we should just try not swatting the flies and see if that helps.
I'm about to swat them by calling 911 and telling them that the fly is holding somebody hostage over here. They're about to really get swatted. Oh yeah, you're gonna coyote me across the Canadian border? No thanks. I'll wait. I'll wait, eh? Canada only has 5% vaccinated while we have like 40. Is that, I don't know.
I thought I saw something saying that like Canada was caught up and overtaken us, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. I ain't following it. Canada will build a wall to keep us out and make us pay for it. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah. What if they do? What if they build a wall and then they're like, they just send the bill to us? And like put us in a Canadians collection agency or whatever. Like, hello, eh? We noticed you're behind on your payment of $9 million to the Canadian government. Only country beating us in vax rates are the UK and Israel. Oh, good on us. Yeah, Mexico paid for that wall, bro. What the fuck was that, bro? Did that dude have a did he have a seizure? What was that? I mean, I'm glad he thought it was funny, but holy fuck, bro. Yeah, the nuke is super quick around here. The trigger fingers are hot. He got the giggle, something fierce. He did go Joker mode. Ha 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 ha. Oh man. Sun, please go down. It's only gonna get worse too. It's kind of muggy out here. Kind of thinking I might go inside for a little bit and sit in the living room.
You guys might get lucky and see Cricket again.
Yeah,
I do gotta feed him. It's past his dinner time. He's gonna be
Oh
mad.
snap! Yeah, I don't know what time it is over here. I get somewhere around 6, I would guess. The sun will be going down over the crest of my covered patio here pretty soon, and that is going to up the fucking temperature on this deck by about 15 degrees. And I'm already, like, I'm not schwitzing, but you can see it's starting. It's getting to the point where I might schwitz, and I can't hang with that. You want to see Jamie versus Paul part 2? There is. I was about to say there's no way Jamie would ever do that again, but I think she's smart enough to understand that exposure is good no matter what happens. So maybe she would, but I'm not going to. I think that I've said everything that needs to be said, which was basically just questions about specifics that were never answered. So there you go. Point made. Deck stop stream? No, probably not. I spent all day. You guys got to understand, like, one of the reasons I do these phone streams instead of desktop streams is because I spent all day today sitting in front of my fucking hot lamps in there. Like, we recorded the equivalent of 2 full episodes today with side content, and I'm just done, dude. Like, I can sit and talk to you guys about shit, but I'm not gonna go sit in front of that fucking computer. Never explained how you're bad faith, of course. Of course not. Just repeated it, because she doesn't really know what bad faith means. She doesn't know how to actually, like, identify a bad faith argument. You know, like, this is kind of interesting. Her argument that I'm acting in bad faith is actually a bad faith argument, because it's not backed with any fucking rhetorical backing at all. Calling me bad faith over and over again and then being incapable of pointing out one instance in which I've been bad faith is acting in bad faith. Isn't that funny? So what is this whole bad faith dismissal people use to discredit someone's argument? I personally don't get it. So an argument in bad faith would be me taking a position I don't actually hold in order to try and own you, to, like, get a rhetorical point on you. So instead of arguing from a position that I genuinely believe in, I take some position that I don't really care about in order to just oppose your position. And there's various forms that can take. Reminds me of the old school days when everything was a straw man or an ad hom. Dude, remember? Everything was an ad hom. Yeah, ad hom became straw man, and straw man became bad faith. Yeah, I know. She accused me of being bad faith in bad faith. Talk about a double dip cell phone. Where's fucking skeptical Jesus' ass at? I want him to come stand tall before the man. Fucking wrench over there booty chattering with fucking Jamie Darke. The infinite void of personality and fucking takes. Where's he at, bro? Why doesn't he show his little peepers in here? I said it before, didn't I, Jawan? Were you here last night before I went in there to do that? I said straight out, if Jamie Darke was smart, she would say no to this and just stay home. Yeah, I like Skeptical Jesus too, but man, dude, he's a cold take Kathy now. He's over there modding Jamie Darke's 20-person chat and like simping Jamie Darke all day and all night. Dude, speaking of double dip, my fucking headphones fell in the fucking toilet when they were around my neck. Oh, dude. Man, that's a double trouble dip right there, bro. Gross. Gross. He's also booty sniffing your tweets on no confidence. Of course he is. He just hitched his wagon to the wrong fucking team and he's salty about it and he's going to double and triple down. I think maybe, too, there might be a little crush going on. I think Skeptical Jesus might have a little crush on Jamie Darke. Like, I'm not trying to insinuate that he does, but I get the feeling that there might be something a little more behind the simping. There might be a little something extra behind the simping. If you get my drift. You called all her points in the stream right here. I know. I could have, like, I did a recap of the stream before it happened. Is she good looking? I don't know. I don't think she's bad looking. I think Jesus, yeah. Jesus is under what the Kirk's dad used to call the pussy ether, I think. Wild speculation. Wild. Surprised she didn't rage quit. She's smart enough to know that that would have looked bad no matter what. I tried to get her to, though, because she kept just, like, saying bad faith, and finally I just yelled at her. I was like, get the fuck out of here, then. Get the hints, charlatan. She stuck around. No, I love Skeptical Jesus. I got no problem with him. I just want him to come over and stand tall before the man, like a Highdeologite should. Like a specter of the realm should. What kind of, like, cowardly fucking behavior is this from a specter of the realm? A wrench. Has he learned nothing? My personal favorite part of the debate last night was when I laid my chair back. I was waiting for that move, for the right move, time to pull it. And I think I pulled it perfectly. Like, she was on an epic rant of just, like, spinning her wheels in the mud. And she went on and on and on. And I got more and more bored. So I just, like, laid my chair back. And she ended off her rant with, like, yeah, so what's your problem, Paulsy? And I'm laying there like I'm asleep. And I just, like, pulled the mic over and I was like, my problem is that you don't have any takes of your own and that you're an idiot and a coward. And then that was to me, that's the crown jewel moment. Even though I don't agree with the no confidence thing, I'm glad you're at least voting for ballot initiatives because now I'm convinced that's how we're going to get most of our agenda passed. Well, it's definitely better than voting for the DNC. So we agree on that. Calmer than you are, dude. Calmer than you are. Waving a fucking gun around? Calmer than you are. TJ trying not to laugh. I was glad I couldn't see TJ because I probably would have lost it a couple of times myself. I dropped the veneer for a second or two. But what you guys saw last night, and I was trying to talk to you about it before the stream last night was rudely interrupted by this ridiculous concept of TJ's to have an argument. I was trying to teach you guys a little bit of trigonometry, which is an old school thing that I learned a long time ago. We were talking about trigonometry and how to, like, extract the maximum amount of triggered from somebody who's stupid and doesn't have an argument. Hey, I'm all for that Angry Gamer show, like having it be a nationally mandated ballot option so that people can actually vote no confidence. I'm all for that, but in the absence of that, like the next best option, in my opinion, and you may disagree, is not voting for fucking the liver-spotted kid sniffer that bombs Palestinian children and goes back on every promise he made. Like, that ain't it. Yeah, dude, trigonometry. That's the way it works. It's a very old and ancient art, trigonometry. People have different words for it. I call it trigonometry. But Scientology calls it bull baiting. It's a tactic that they use when somebody doesn't really have an argument or can't really articulate an argument, or has real no basis in fact in an argument, where you stick to a tone and you refuse to take the tone down despite that person getting more and more frustrated by your tone. So it's called bull baiting, and it's meant to expose weakness in an argument. So you keep a continuous pressure on that person by stepping outside of what they consider to be normal norms of conversation. And then, a person that's not real well seasoned in debate is going to bite that bait and slowly but surely tea kettle higher and higher, which is what Jamie did last night. I basically engineered a tea kettle moment. Now, when I do this same type of tactic with TJ, it doesn't work as much. I may be able to get TJ to tea kettle every once in a while, or have a little outburst once in a while. But TJ is much better at remaining calm during my attempts at antagonism in conversations. So he's much more adept at dealing with that type of rhetorical attack. And so, if Jamie really wants to learn from it, she should really watch and study her debate performance tonight, and then go and watch TJ's debate performance last time he and I went on it on the Bantersode, the blue dragon, red dragon argument. TJ held his own and then some in that argument, in my opinion, to be charitable. And Jamie did not even come close to holding her own one time last night. That's literally bad faith, egging someone in a deceitful way. Thanks for clarifying your own words. No. Egging someone by using a particular tone of voice and a tone of speaking is not bad faith. I did not make any arguments I didn't believe in last night. So, good try. But once again, you need to kind of open a dictionary before the hot take next time. Or maybe have any, you just Jamie Darkey'd it. And look how easily you got handled. Yeah, being mean doesn't equal bad faith. Ramping up your tone of voice doesn't equal bad faith. Using occasional fucking ad hominems does not equal bad faith. If all I was doing was saying Jamie Darkey's an idiot, and refusing to fucking back up that statement, that could be argued as a bad faith argument. Yeah, bad faith equals an argument that I can't find a reason to disagree with. So let me find some rhetorical device by which I can disagree the entirety of the idea because the person didn't use the tone that I think is proper. Yeah, it's like BK's fair use. Well, it ain't fair to me. And it's it's not designed to be fair to just you. It's designed to be fair to everybody. Well, I think that's when call it fair use situation. Why ain't it fair to me? That's like Jamie Darkey's level argument. I could actually hear Jamie Darkey making that argument. Guys, tonight, we're going to talk about fair use. And right off the bat, I'm going to tell you that this one is going to get salty. Okay? Fair use. My first question is, what's fair about fair use? Nothing. I could totally fucking see it. Literal fucking Brett Keane level brain dead empty head take. She just hears the term fair use and goes oh yes, I've got a take on that. Gong, 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 gong. Oh boy. I didn't ban her out of here. She wants to come in here and talk to me. I'll talk to her. I don't really plan on like wasting my time going in like voice chats with her ever again or whatever. But like if she wants to come in here and have a salt explosion in the chat or whatever, I'm fine with that. She's not banned. You sent a chat? I don't see it, Blue Noble. Did I miss it? Let me go back. Sorry, brah. Correction, Biden didn't pinch women's rears, leading to a changing of his security detail. He just skinny dipped in front of female guards, so worse. Ah, I see. Harm reduction, y'all. You should mend the bridge if you want. She might get a bigger audience one day, lol. No, I'm not, no. First of all, there was never a bridge. So this contention that I burned some sort of a bridge, there was never a bridge. There might have been like a little rope tied across the river, the gulf between Jamie Darke and Paul's ego that got snapped last night, but nothing I would call a bridge. It was more of a tether that she's used to drag herself behind me for years that got snapped. An umbilical cord, if you will, got snipped. No, I was never friends with Jamie Darke. I gotta meet people to be friends with with people, or at least spend a fucking insane amount of time talking to them and learning who they are. I don't have friendships that are parasocial online people friendships. Like if I consider you a friend, I've either met you or spent a long time talking to you. Yeah, I de-wrenched Jamie, but way back in the day, like years ago, over, surprise, surprise, some stupid empty-headed drama that she was causing in the chat that I got tired of looking at. That's exactly why she got fucking de-wrenched. She was causing stupid, empty-headed, fucking dumbass drama in the chat with somebody that I didn't know, and was constantly arguing in the chat and trying to make my chats about Jamie Darke. And so I unwrenched her and I told her that the next step was banning if she didn't shut the fuck up. It looks like she's had a lot of personal growth since then. Oh yeah, 100% always been just a smug. Jamie Darke claims that she's had this big evolution. She has come out as trans, but the personality behind that never changed. Jamie Darke was known back in the day as somebody that would basically just take a TJ argument, something that TJ could say in 5 minutes that would make you laugh and think at the same time, and then do these unwatchable 2-hour streams where she basically would just regurgitate TJ's ideas, but through the mind of a simpleton. And that's exactly what she does now. Just she has a different object of her affection now. She thought it was part of her personal growth to choose a different philosophical daddy to get all her takes from. So she ditched TJ and made a big show of it too. Like if you go to her channel, why I disagree with TJ Kirk. And the answer to that is because TJ Kirk isn't Vosh. I mean, that could have been the video. I could have saved a bunch of people a bunch of time, you know. She could have put that up and it would have been that long. 3 seconds. Because TJ isn't Vosh. Autoplay next Jamie Darke video? Yeah, made me laugh so hard when you pointed out your face was on the thumbnail and she denied it, but it's true. Of course, I told her exactly what she was going to do because she was trying to act like she wanted nothing to do with me or whatever. She didn't start this shit. And I was like, dude, this whole thing started because you made a drama stream about me. I did not. And I was like, isn't there a stream going right now called Cutting the Salt with my face in the thumbnail? No, go look at the stream. Yeah, Paul was actually on the thumbnail. Yes, he was. Cutting the salt, y'all. She bit off a mouthful of shit that she couldn't chew. That's exactly what happened. But that's bad faith. So she acted in bad faith when she claimed she didn't make a stream about me and had me in the thumbnail and named it Cutting the Salt and was yelling into the mic about me, trying to act like she had a different position, trying to act like she created the stream to have a different conversation. I didn't start it, though. Jamie Darke started it when she decided to exist. When she had decided to, like, be a cold take Kathy that takes everybody else's fucking takes and doesn't understand them. That's when she started it. I just finished it. Well, even if Cutting the Salt was a reference to something that wasn't me, my face was in the fucking thumbnail. Yeah, she was all for it until you finished it halfway through. Yeah. Last night's debate was the equivalent of the last 8-mile rap battle. Oh boy. These fucking flies, bro. Flies. Come on, birds. Come and eat these flies. Where you at, birdies? That hopium den joke you made flew over her head super hard. Like everything else I said. There was a couple of jokes. Like somebody in the chat said some shit like, Paul, are you just salty because Vosh like took like a quarter of your audience or some shit? And I answered like, yeah, dude, man, I fucking stood toe to toe with Milo and I fucked up and I'm pretty sure my career's never gonna fucking recover from this shit. You know, you're right. When you're right, you're right. And Jamie was like, he's actually talking about when you talk with Vosh, Paul. And I was like, hello, baby. What happened?
I was just my arm sore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Change in the weather coming. Change in the weather coming now. That's a huge oof. Yeah. God damn you fucking flies, pieces of shit. All right, I'm done. I'm done fighting the flies and I'm done sweating. I'm going inside. Going inside, y'all. You and me and Mr. McGee. You want to go inside, D? Yeah, these flies are fucking bothering you too, huh? Shoot, shoot! Don't follow me in here, fly. Not you, D. You're fine. Wasn't shooting you. Come on.
Well, if one does get in, I'm sure Curtis not eat it.
He'll try. Fucking flies, man. Goddamn fucking flies. Drive me nuts. Drive me fucking insane with their stupid bullshit. Fucking flies. Goddamn motherfuckers. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, that's much better. It's like way cooler in here for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Get a salt gun for the flies. Oh yeah, dude, I'm thinking about getting something. I'm dead serious. I'm thinking about getting something, some artillery for these flies. The road universe. Aren't we already there? Like, what do you mean, how long till X? Ain't we there? See my Marianne walking away. Another $5 super chat. Thank you, Blue Noble. Sorry I missed it. See, that's a disadvantage with mimicking people. You can never be as good as the person you're trying to imitate. Take the debate as a warning, yeah. That's why it's much better to just be your own person and inform yourself, too. Read some books about the things that you spend hours and hours and hours of your week talking about so that you have some basis of knowledge behind what you're saying. Live a little life experience before you try and act like you're an expert on things. Like, for example, you don't hear me giving direct advice all that often on parenting because what frame of fucking reference would I have? There's some very basic fucking ideas that I think should be applied across all parenting situations, but when it comes to actually like the functional part of parenting, taking care of a child and raising them, what the fuck do I know? Right? So I don't get myself involved in arguments with parents because I know they know better than I do. Right? I've never read a book on parenting, or at least not enough books on parenting for me to come to a conclusion that I feel like would go up against an actual parent. So I don't go into fucking debates with parents. And that's what happened last night. Last night, Jamie went into a debate with no knowledge other than what she's been able to scalp from other people, mostly Bosch. And she debated somebody that has, I'm not claiming to be some fucking like wizened old sage or whatever, but a pretty broad base of knowledge about the shit that I talk about, both academically and just in lived experience. So... But you went to one Pride 20 years ago. It's one more than most of the people. It's probably one more than you. I've seen pictures of Pride from not 20 years ago, and it's not an endless parade of dildo unicorn leather daddies, is it? There is one part of Pride that I'm going to tell you right now that you don't go to if you have a kid. Folsom Pride, which is right in the heart of the original Pride demonstration. You don't go to that. I've never been to Folsom Pride, but I know what goes on at Folsom Pride. It's not my job to stand up in the fucking middle of it, but people will fuck in the street at Folsom Pride. So you don't take your kids down there. But that's one aspect of Pride. That's one Pride demonstration. That's definitely, obviously not for children. Now, you want to go to a more innocuous Pride demonstration where there might be a dude in assless chaps or a guy in a fucking banana hammock or something, it's up to you to decide whether or not your child can handle seeing that shit. Not me. And not the dude in the banana hammock or the assless chaps. Or the drag queen. My parents who didn't let me go on testosterone until I was 18, but they offered to take me to Folsom Pride. I mean, dude, like I said, that's up to fucking your parents. Did they know what Folsom Pride was? Age of consent is generally 16, so kids under 16 have no reason being around any kind of sex-related thing anyways. Well, I mean, like, here's what I think about that. I agree with you in principle, Pranav, but a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old, I'm not saying that they should be fucking approached for sex or involved in any kind of sex with an adult. I'm saying that a 14 or 15-year-old probably has seen an ass before. So if they go to a pride parade and somebody's wearing assless chaps, it's probably not the first pair of naked buttocks that a 15-year-old, especially these days, has seen. So the idea becomes, is this event so hypersexualized? And the answer, by the way, for most pride events is no, that a teenager probably shouldn't be around. And that is up to the parents of that teenager to decide, or the guardians of that teenager to decide, however such may be. Not up for the leather daddies to change because somebody might let their 14 or 15-year-old come to pride. That leather daddy didn't put on his assless chaps to specifically show his butt cheeks to your child. That's an absurd working back from the conclusion narrative. So if that's not true, then what is true? You allowed your child to go to pride and there was a pair of butt cheeks at it, and you find that objectionable. So keep your kid home next time. I like Vosh, disagree with his view on pride. Not everything can or should be family friendly or for kids. Abso-fucking-lutely. Look, dude, I don't want to be creepy about it, but when I was a fucking teenager at the age of 14, and I said this last night in the talk with Jamie Darke, at the age of 14, everybody that I knew either had fucked already or was trying desperately to fuck. So this idea that like 14, 15, 16-year-olds are like these sexless Barbie dolls that have never seen a pair of butt cheeks or a boner before or whatever the fuck is ridiculous. The idea that somebody walking down the street with a dildo on their head is going to shock a fucking 15-year-old in 2021, pretty absurd, but that's up for the parents to decide. If you've got a 15-year-old who's under your care and you don't want them seeing a dildo on their head, then you don't take them to pride. Where's the controversy? Most would probably just laugh. Yeah. That's kind of the point of walking around with a big floppy dildo on your head. Paul has lost all morals. Yeah, dude. I'm just a moralless fucking fiend, bro. Oh, thank you, baby. In the bathroom?
Yeah, it must have fallen out of your pocket or something. Or...
D-Zam. Upgrade. We got 2 joints now. Yeah, super sick of parents acting like the world should revolve around them. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not every parent that does that. Like, a good example of that, Zach, is right here in our chat. Pranav is a dude that when we're having takes about this, he's got a kid. He knows the difference between a fucking adult venue and a child's venue. He would not allow his child to go to a place where that child may see or experience or be exposed to something that Pranav does not want his child to see. He takes responsibility for the raising of his own offspring. And he doesn't expect society to coddle him in doing so. He just makes sure that he doesn't take his children to strip clubs or pride events where there might be dildos or things he doesn't want his children around. And what more can you ask from a parent? That's called being a parent with fucking a mission. Being a parent that like knows what your job is as a parent, which is to foster the upbringing of this child. Damn right, my kids do not run my life, and I'm not going to take them somewhere where they don't need to be. Thank you. 90% of humans for the last 500,000 years have reproduced. No one is special for having kids. When you choose a parent life, you choose to sit on the sidelines sometimes. Here, he's a good dad. Yep. Exactly. No, exactly. Abso-fucking-lutely. That doesn't mean that Pranav and his wife don't engage in adult fun. They get a babysitter, they go out to a bar together. They get a babysitter, they go on fucking vacation together. Or they go to a fucking show that's a little risque. Or they go watch a movie that the kid wouldn't be into, right? I mean, these are all fucking assumptions, but I'm pretty sure that Pranav's going to go like, yup. What about the conservative parents who hate LGBTQ anyway? What will they think if we act this way? Yeah, I know. I brought that up last night with Jamie. I was like, well, we want to clean up the gay stuff, right? Well, because conservatives are really fucking put off by it, and it's not inclusive to have like open homosexuality at Pride. Because what about gay teenagers who live in Christian households? Their parents are never going to come to Pride and never bring them to Pride if we don't make it We don't dress like Brooks Brothers, Bible salesmen. So everybody at Pride now has to dress in a polo shirt and khaki shorts and flip-flops. No Crocs, too gay. Flip-flops. That's as gay as it gets. No bellies, no skin other than arms and calves. Because a Christian who's offended by gay stuff might not bring their LGBTQ teen to Pride. Newsflash, fucktard. They're not bringing him to Pride anyway. Pride could be the most literally sanitized fucking street fair cotton candy thing in history. And conservative Christians are not letting their children, because it's not about the gay display. That's the point. It's about gay people not existing in their minds. They don't want their children to know that there's a faggot out there. My only concern is grooming, but at the same time, Pride is 18 plus anyway, so meh. We risk going outside. Grooming in the middle of a Pride parade? Well, why is that a concern? So here's your concern. I want to get this straight. Leather daddy, right? Dresses up, gets his nipple clamps on, puts on his fucking leather motorcycle hat, assless chaps on point, goes out and is marching down Pride, right? Sees a 14-year-old girl stand on the sideline. It's like, damn. Walks over to that girl in the middle of Pride. Spends the fucking months that it takes to groom somebody. Somehow packs all that in to a 15-second conversation in Pride. And the girl, what? Rips her fucking clothes off and joins the Pride parade and gets on a leash? Is that what you're saying is gonna, why is grooming a concern at a public event?
I guarantee, they don't fucking approach kids unless kids approach them.
Why the fuck would they? They're not there to show off to kids. They're there to protest for queer acceptance. In the spirit of Pride.
Oh yeah, it's totally a homosexual stereotype that's been it for forever.
Even if someone is groomed to be gay, so what? There's no such thing. People are not groomed to be gay. So there's no reason to even entertain the hypothetical. Nobody's gay because they saw a dude butt fucking another dude, or they saw a leather daddy or some shit, and then suddenly just lost all interest in the opposite sex. It's not the way it works. Oh my God. Bye, overconfident nerd. See you later, buddy. You want an argument that is actually bad faith? I just banned one out of here. You can rewind and take a read if you want. Ridiculous. Yeah, just pull your dick out in front of kids. Woo! Because that's what I'm advocating for right here. Not keep your kids away from places that people pull their dicks out, but don't. I just, stuck my dick in your kid's face. Woo!
Yeah, it's it'd be even worse if it was in nighttime. It's they're doing it in broad daylight. They're not getting away with shit in broad daylight.
Or anywhere. It's this insinuation, and it's rooted in homophobia.
Yeah, of course.
Always. It's always gay people are trying to take your kids and do things with them. It's the same shit. By that logic, when they want to make BLM protests more family-friendly too, they're not exactly the same, but they are adult protests about the acceptance of a minority. Yeah, you would think. Or the ultimate fucking trump card with these moralizing fucking idiots, Mardi Gras. Never heard a hot take out of any of them about how we need to make Mardi Gras more inclusive, how we need to clean up the nudity at Mardi Gras. They're fine with Mardi Gras being a space where they assume that people know not to bring their kids, but for some reason Pride can't be that. Even though that Pride has multiple events that are kid-friendly already. Every aspect of Pride has to be kids. So a religious holiday that lets you sin for a day, Fat Tuesday, gets to be whatever it wants to be. But an open and ongoing protest for queer acceptance in the world has to conform to your Brooks Brothers ideas about what a street fair should be. I hate to, you might think this is a bad faith fucking way of coming at this, but I think Vosh spent too much time in Beverly Hills to even understand what pride is. I think Vosh spent too many times going to these sanitized little fucking expensive Beverly Hills fucking carnivals and remembers how fun it was to ride the Ferris wheel at those. And man, he just wants to see that, but with a rainbow LGBTQIA plus flag flapping in the breeze. No fucking clue, bro. Yeah, he was from the fucking ghetto of Beverly Hills. Can I tell you something? Not every place in what's called Beverly Hills in LA is a mansion, but there ain't no hood there. Source, grew up in California, have been to Beverly Hills. I was from the bad part of Beverly Hills. It's like, what? The what? I only had a house on Park Place Avenue. If you don't think that something is inappropriate for your kids, then don't let your kids see it. Why is this such a hard concept? I don't know. Yeah, that's just a goofy statement. That's just a statement hoping that people that have never been to California and may never get to go there, let alone ever set foot in Beverly Hills, aren't going to do the fucking due diligence of looking at Beverly Hills. Find me a rundown part of Beverly Hills. I'll wait. My kid derailed your stream and I got angry at him. I didn't get annoyed at you for not catering to him. But see, that's the thing though. Like your kid, the reason you didn't want your kid in here is because I use salty language that you don't want to hear coming out of Kale's mouth. I talk about adult topics, sometimes sexual topics that you don't want your kid fucking exposed to, right? So you weren't mad at him for really like derailing my stream. I mean, it was cute, right? But the reason why he was in trouble was because he came to a place where he wasn't supposed to be. And he knows that. He knows he's not supposed to use, the thing to go to different places. He knows he's not supposed to come into places like this. And he did. And then he was in trouble for it. You know what I mean? And when I realized it was him, of course, I'm a nice guy, so I cleaned up my salty language and shit. Right, he went into an adult chat, right? I mean, it was kind of cute as it played out. I'm a decent person, so once I realized we were dealing with a little kid, I wasn't like, fuck shit, dude, piss, whatever. I cleaned it up, and we dealt with it, but it was fine. But that's an example of good parenting. I mean, dude, no parent is perfect. You can't have your eyeballs on your fucking kid every second of every day. The test of a good parent, in my opinion, and that once again, this comes from the opinion of somebody who is not a parent. The test of a good parent is how well you deal with your own failings as a parent. How well you deal with the gaps in your parenting. You weren't watching and the kid did something he shouldn't do. Now, yeah, the kid should be in trouble for that because they knew better, but ultimately you're the parent, right? So how well do you parse a momentary lapse in perfect parenting and turn it into an object lesson for your child? To me, that is the test of a good parent. Right. Your job to lock up the tablet, your job, right, exactly. And I'm not trying to call you out, but you realize this, right? Like you didn't have to be told that because you're a good parent. That's the point. That's what I'm hoping other people are taking from this, at any rate, because
it's like fucking someone seeing someone in assless chaps could happen anywhere. Like there's fucking people with mental illness on the street that strip off their clothes.
Well, not only that, but like I brought up to Jamie because she was like, oh, so like there's women that walk around in lingerie all the time, and I was like, yeah. not to crib something from you, but unironically, yes. I live in California, and there are women that walk down the streets in less than underwear. Like, their underwear would be more modest. They got a string up their ass. They got a little triangle covering their pussies. They got little triangles covering their tits. And they're out walking around, and people got their kids there. Is that a grooming situation waiting to happen, or is that just the human body? Like, I don't know. I guess that's up to you as a parent, but let's get real here. And people go like, bikinis aren't like sexy gear, though. And I'm like, they're not? What do you think bikinis are? Have you ever seen like a 1912 woman's fucking bathing suit? They were ankle to fucking neck, dude. They were like literally a set of pants with a skirt over it. Bikinis are about like, look at my titties and my booty and my fucking hips and my curves and look at the sexuality of me. But people don't got a problem with that. Bikini's okay, leather daddy's bad because reasons. Covers just as much, if not less than lingerie. I've seen lingerie that was way more modest than fucking bikinis that I saw when we were down at the fucking beach. We were recently at a fucking public beach, and if it had been a less windy and breezy and cold day, I probably would have seen even more big fat titties barely covered up. What do you think that's about? Pushing your tits all up like this. I mean, I'm not against it. I think it's a fucking positive expression of female sexuality, but let's be real here. What's the functional difference other than one of these things makes you uncomfortable personally and one of them doesn't, between a leather daddy and a banging ass bitch with a big fat ass and big fat titties wearing a string bikini on the public beach? I'll wait. The fact that seeing a half-nude guy turns your son gay, he didn't really turn gay. He was already gay, right? That was the point I made, is like, you don't turn gay. You don't see something to go like, oh, wait, I'm not attracted to women. I like men. That's not how it works. Gay ain't catching. You're either gay or you're not.
Dude, you saying that, like, reminded me of that Reno 911 thing where she, like, tries to dress up as a stripper and all her underwear's hanging out.
Right. Wearing bikinis are not as sexually explicit as a good pride, but that's the functional difference, IMO. Well, that, and what about wearing bikinis at a beach event where you're having like a wet t-shirt contest or whatever? That shit happens out in public, on public beaches all the fucking time, and there are kids running around and shit. You get it? You're gonna go shut down every wet t-shirt contest and every hot body contest that goes on in a public beach? You bet, like I said, you better shut down the whole goddamn fucking state of California. Because I got to tell you, there are people that dressing in more sexually explicit shit than I see at the average pride parade every second of every day somewhere in California in public. And it's normalized and completely fine. People are so hung up on like designations. So let me get you this. A woman walks into the bedroom, right? She's wearing a spaghetti strapped black teddy that just kind of hugs her form a little bit and stops right up, like mid-thigh. Got a little lace at the edges of it. And you go, damn, honey, that lingerie is looking nice. And she goes, lingerie? This is the little black dress that you're taking me out in tonight. There's such a fucking gray area in the fucking designations of what's lingerie and what's a dress. So if a woman wearing lingerie if she wears a tube top and a mini skirt? Is the answer yes if she's in the bedroom and no if she's on the street? If so, you've got yourself like a fucking gap that you need to deal with in your mind. Or you have a problem with the expression of positive fucking sexuality, either from females or from men or from gays or whatever it is. But it's starting to sound like the hang up is yours. Because all this shit you're decrying is just, it's everywhere. And that's the point of having this open display of kink and sexuality at Pride, because straights are allowed to do that shit. A dude's allowed to put a banana hammock on and show his big old fucking cock and balls bulge off to everybody, grease himself up on the beach and walk around, that's not freaky. But a gay man puts his hand in the back pocket of some booty shorts worn by his partner, and all of a sudden, oh, sexual. It's like, but there's an extra taboo when you're talking about gay sex. Gay sex. They butt fucked. What do you think that's about? A lot of the same prudes, too, that are taking this take are longtime fucking viewers and fans of TJ, who defended people seeing him put a banana in his ass in an act of fetish. Had tons and tons of teenage fans. And instead of going like, I shouldn't have done that, he came on and fucking celebrated the fact that people watched him fucking try and cook his balls in a pan and put a banana in his asshole. You better go cancel TJ now, huh, in retrospect. Because he didn't fucking tailor make his content to people's kids who are on the computer and shouldn't have been. Wasn't that revenge porn? Yeah, but he didn't come out and say like, you know, that shouldn't have happened and it sucks and it was embarrassing. He came out and said, yeah, fuck you. I do that shit all the time. You guys should see the fucking videos that ain't dropped. He didn't cower before the moral police, and by the way, they were out thick with him. Like, oh, what a deviant. Oh, what a scumbag. See, every atheist has all this fucking sexual deviancy. Fucking he's gay, and he's this, he's that, blah, 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 blah. All that insinuation got thrown at TJ. Because a moment of kink happened to become a public thing. And you know what he did? He told them to go fuck themselves, and he like tripled in popularity in the next 6 months. Success is the greatest revenge, by the way. You should know that as well. Thanks, Ian, for the $20. I appreciate it. Sorry I didn't get to you quicker. Maybe groom was the wrong word. Jay was concerned over people who take advantage of minors in public events, such as geek conventions as an example. This is also an example of a failure in parenthood. If you take your kid to a geek convention and some fucking neckbeard has time to groom your child and have sex with them, that's you that fucked up. You took a minor to a fucking convention of a bunch of fucking horny adult video game neckbeards. Now, I'm not trying to fucking excuse or blame the victim. I'm trying to blame the parent. Where were the parents at? They blame it on Marilyn and the heroin. Where were the parents at? And look where it's at. You don't let your kid out of your sight in public in general. Period. I don't care if you're at a fucking geek convention or you're walking in a crowded fucking tourist area. It don't happen all that often, but yeah, people will scoop your kids and abuse them. So you keep your eyes on them. It's not something you got to worry about all the goddamn time, though. You need to understand that, like, most of the time when children are abused, it's not a leather daddy at Pride that groomed them. It's like their cousin or their uncle or their brother or their mom or their dad that sexually abuses them. Somebody in the family, a family friend, a neighbor. This idea that like people are going to be groomed or like abused at a Pride, like there's some greater fucking chance of it at a Pride. It's absurd. Kids have a better chance of being abused sexually sitting at home in their house than at a Pride event. Facts. Why is the Western world so tabooed against nudity and public sexuality compared to a place like Europe with more nude beaches and such? I don't know. I mean, the Americans that came here were kind of Puritans. They were trying to escape the Church of England, which mandated some more liberal positions like divorce and things like that. There's also a taxation element and just a pioneer spirit element. I'm not saying everybody that came here was that way, but the prevailing religion that came out here, that came to America from Europe, was Orthodox religion. So it was like a return to Orthodoxy and a shewing of this kind of European brazenness and these new, like the Church of England being created so that Henry VIII could fucking get divorced. So, like, there were Puritans, a lot of them, and that never left us. That religious element never left us. That kind of religious thinking, I think, in a lot of our political realm never left us, and our veneration for religious thought never left us. And so, tied to all of that is prudishness, because the prevailing religion, Christianity, and pretty much every other dominant monotheistic faith on the planet, profoundly sex negative. Profoundly. Like on scales of an extreme, right? So Christianity, profoundly sex negative, but more tolerant than, like, say, Sharia Islam, where a woman showing absolutely any skin in some cultures is considered to be haram. So there's your answer. America is simultaneously obsessed with sex and sexuality. We love big fat titties. We love big fat cocks here. The porn industry in America is just a fucking explosively giant fucking industry. We love dicks. We love pussies. We love kinky shit, but we just don't like being honest about it. We don't like talking about it. And furthermore, we don't like other people talking about it. We like to do it in the shadows. We like to hold two positions. One of them being, I just have sex normally, and the other being like, spank me. Put a butt plug in my ass and fuck me hard. Oh yeah. Can we get another guy to come in here and fuck me? Oh yeah. Like, they don't, they're ashamed of that unnecessarily, by the way. Like, what gets you off in the fucking bedroom? What as long as it's a consenting adult that you're doing it with, like, who the fuck cares? Like, what bearing does that have on anybody's fucking character?
So that's how my dad explained it to me when we saw Kink at Pride. He's like, these are consenting adults. They're doing adult things.
Right. But what age were you when he took you to Pride?
Oh, probably 15 or something, maybe.
Oh, shit. Were you groomed?
No. Like,
A leather daddy didn't grab you and teach you the ways?
We were actually stuck next to the kink float for like half an hour because we happened to go into like a Starbucks to pee, and like the parade hadn't started yet. So like I was literally there for half an hour and no one approached me.
Wow. What's that about, bro? Did they just not see you?
I mean, I'm sure they glanced at me.
I would have thought all these gay deviants would have just swarmed you like crazy and just stuck their dildo unicorn things in your face. That didn't happen?
No, I was just...
And what happened when the kink float went by? What other... Was it another leather daddy float right after it?
No.
No, what else what else was there?
Like, there was like literal church floats. There was like a little marching band.
Were their dicks were out though?
No.
They were playing the skin flute.
No.
No, just a
Yeah.
booty shorts?
Nope.
Assless chaps?
Nope.
Nipple rings? Just a
I mean,
band?
there was also like body painted bike riders.
Well, of
that were
course.
naked. Like,
I'm talking about the marching band though.
Yeah.
They were just dressed like a marching band.
Yeah.
Like with the hats and the.
Yeah.
What else did you see?
Like I said, I saw the naked bike riding ladies.
Uh-huh.
I saw, like some drag queens, and there was...
Oh, those drag queens. Those drag queens. Tits out.
Not most of them.
Junk out.
Not I didn't see any like specific junk besides the fucking bike riders, and those were mostly women, and they were body painted.
Mostly the drag queens, though, were wearing super hyper revealing shit, right?
No.
They weren't? What were they wearing?
Or, full drag getup.
Like with nipple rings and a ball gag, right?
Nope.
No. What were they wearing?
Like dresses and
dresses,
makeup and fucking wigs,
see-through dresses with their pussies and tits showing, right?
No.
Like just dresses that actually cut, and makeup?
Yeah.
And wigs on their head?
I'm not saying no one else was dressed in there was some booty shorts on some floats and shit, but I didn't see a single fucking out dick.
No dicks. Zero dick count at Pride.
Not that I caught. Like, if it was
Thank
out.
goodness. Because I've heard they're flopping around everywhere at Pride. I'm bisexual. We love Stacy, the fake nurse, the best at the halfway house. Hey, all right, Krecklau. Kids have access to the internet. Predators have easier and more discreet ways to groom children if they wanted to. Why would they do it? Like, why would they wait till Pride in the broad daylight? No, it's just fucking ridiculous. And once again, even if the person making that contention isn't homophobic, that contention itself is rooted in homophobia. This idea that gay people are all out to get your kids. And that's what it's all about. They may say they like fucking each other, but it's really just a front so that they can get your little fucking kids and fuck them. As much sex at beaches as there is at Pride. Dude, there were people fucking on the beach. You remember?
Yeah.
When we were there. Like, they may not have been like full blown, like, but they were about to be.
Yeah.
And we were just like, oh, whoa, all right, cool. They were under a blanket and shit on the beach, but there was like some heavy petting and some bump and grind going on. And you know what happened? This is the craziest shit, dude. That I can't believe I didn't tell you guys this fucking story. You know what happened? Me and Amelia saw it, right? And then the world kept spinning. Are you fucking crazy? Who knew? The world kept right on fucking going, like revolving around the sun and spinning on its axis.
But yeah, I mean, like, looking back at that Pride, like, it was honestly pretty corporatized already. Like, I think there were like bank floats too and shit.
Yeah, of course. That's kind of like another point that I've been making here and there when I talk about this is that, like, look, Pride has already been sanitized. There's Disney floats at Pride. There's fucking T-Mobile floats at Pride. And it's already been corporatized to an extent where there's a lot less of what Pride is about in Pride anyway. And then we get like literal, unironic leftists coming along and going like, let's just finish the corporate sanitization of this former protest for queer acceptance and make it a street fair. So that T-Mobile can not only have a float, but set up a booth where they can sell T-Mobile phones with rainbow LGBTQ phone cases. I'm like, this is a fucking socialist? It just boggles the goddamn fucking mind how stupid all of these arguments are. And I'm not talking about you guys in the chat. I'm just saying, like, how stupid and easy. Like, it's not like I'm talking some fucking wisdom of the ages here. Is this not just common sense that I'm talking? Because I really don't feel like I'm presenting you any kind of deep philosophical fucking secret here or some kind of extra complex take I have on this. Is this not just common sense? Am I wrong in perceiving that this is a deeper take than it is? I'm not belittling the importance of this conversation, but it pisses me off that it needs to be talked about. I mean, I would think here's the thing. if I had an audience that for some reason was profoundly, overwhelmingly socially and economically conservative, I could see why I drew some of these questions so often and why it seemed like common sense made no fucking ground, because there's a different idea of what common sense is, right? So the fact that really kind of gets me sometimes is that I must have an audience that is overwhelmingly, predominantly leftist. Now, every once in a while I'll hear from somebody that's like, oh, I'm more of a centrist, more of a conservative even. Like there's a guy the other day that was like, hey, I'm a conservative, but I really enjoy listening to your perspective. Sent a super chat. So there's a few people that probably are just opposite ends of the fucking political spectrum for me. But I gotta imagine that the vast majority of people that I collect to me are leftists, at least of some similar stripe to me. And so when I hear it from them, that is what boggles my mind. Not that conservatives have shit, dumb fuck, Humpty Dumpty takes on this, but that now leftists do too. And not just leftists on the bottom rung or confused leftists, but like prominent leftists have got this Humpty Dumpty take and they're dying on the hill with it. And it's like, at age 6, when I met a real gay person, I learned at that moment that my parents' homophobia was based on unlogical fear. Let me explain to you unlogical fear, because I had a similar moment as a child. I was raised, so I've told you guys a story before about me getting caught messing around with my little friend when I was young. And I was very much not in trouble. I wasn't like beaten for that or anything, but I was very succinctly told by my parents that that is not what little boys do with little boys. That is not what boys do to boys. You are not to be naked with boys. You're not to touch other boys or have them touching you. This is not. And there was a distinction made between it being another little boy. Right? Well, fast forward into my teen years, and I finally met somebody that my mom was friends with at work, but worked opposite shifts from, so I never really got to meet. And this person's name, I won't give their name. This person was a flamboyantly gay. When I say flamboyantly gay, I mean the stereotypical kind of gay affectation and mannerisms, very effeminate black man. And I remember my mom talking to me before the first time he came over to our house, because she was friends with him. They were work friends. But I remember my mom talking to me about him coming over. We'll say his name is Jesse. Uncle Jesse. Whatever. Jesse. Jesse's coming over. My friend Jesse. Oh, cool. All right. I was like, oh, yeah, so, I just wanted you to know. It's like, all right, thanks, Mom. And this was the first time that I'd been, she didn't know, maybe she knew this, maybe she didn't. This is the first time I'd been around an openly gay, unapologetically openly gay person. Like in a personal, face-to-face way. And Jesse came over and was fucking hilarious. Had the whole party in stitches. I loved talking to him, and he became one of my favorite friends that would come over and chill after my mom was done with work and have a couple beers. I loved seeing Jesse, and it was that moment that I realized that all this homophobia about these people being tainted in some way or wrong in some way, right out the fucking window. Because here you present me a gay man, openly and unapologetically gay at a time, by the way, when that was a lot harder than it is now. I remember hearing you talk about this general topic in Bosch's Discord. I appreciate it, dude. Of course. Ignorance and fear should be deadly sins. I don't think there should be any deadly sins. But that was the point, though, is like, he wasn't a monster. He didn't ever do anything fucking inappropriate to me like I was told that gay people did. I think that's why my mom told me about it, so that I would like watch my booty hole, I guess. Jesse never came to me like that, ever. Not even once. Not even insinuating it. Was always appropriate when I was around, but just funny as fuck. And like a really bright, lively, vivacious person to be around. A real infectious personality, quick to laugh and quick to make others laugh. And I saw this, so this was me. Now you got to understand, I was approaching my teen years at this point, probably 11 or 12 the first time I met Jesse. And I'd known since I was 6 that I was not just attracted to little girls. I'd had same-sex attraction, or the nascent version of it that appears in little kids, since I was 6. And so not only was it nice to see that this man who did things that I thought about and had fantasized about or considered, which is have sex with other men or be in relationships with other men, that he wasn't some kind of deviant, that he wasn't broken or gross or wrong in any way, that he was just a person. And so that made me feel ever so slightly better as a closeted bi kid. I didn't come out because of it, because the pressure was still on in my home. The hypocrisy was not noticed by my parents. That on one hand, the rhetoric about gay people is wholly negative, and on the other hand, we've got this openly gay friend. So, but it did help me to feel better about myself at a time when I really needed it, honestly. I really did. At that time of my life, my depression was really ramping up, and I had a whole lot. I just had a very warped self-image, as a lot of depressed people do. And a lot of that was wrapped up in my repressed sexual proclivities. And yeah. And even though I was bi as a kid, the realization, I didn't know what bisexual was. I knew that the things that I did, so at 6 years old, I knew I was wrong. Okay? And here's why. And I don't mean to like be overly sexual about something I did as a very little kid, but I have very strong memories of this shit. I remember it feeling really good to play around in that way with my little male friend. And like I said, it wasn't sexual because that concept of sex was not in our heads yet. But it felt nice to be that close to somebody and to touch somebody else's private parts and have them touch yours or whatever. It was enticing and fun. And when I was, given the verbal, when I was caught doing it, because it wasn't like I got caught the first time me and my friend had done this. We'd been doing it, right? And then we get caught doing it. It actually, her name is Sarah. So the little boy that I grew up with, not to misgender, is a trans woman now. Which,
Yeah, but that's just contextualizing that
right.
It's the same sex relationship at the time.
Right. At the time, presented as a little boy and didn't know that he was a boy trapped in a girl's, or like a girl trapped in a boy's body, or however he would have described it. Like that, like I said, sexuality had not we were not old enough for that to be a reality. Sexuality is something that's fundamentally adult. That's why we don't expose children to it, right? Like, so we didn't have that. That wasn't the basis when we were fooling around. But when I was caught doing it, and having been doing it for months and months, maybe longer, I don't know how long we went on and did it, but I remember a lot of times what we did. And it felt good every time we did it. We would laugh, we would have fun. It felt good to be close to each other. And when I was caught doing it, I was given the whoosh, verbally. I wasn't beaten or anything for it, but I was told that is wrong. What you were doing with that little boy was wrong. Little boys don't do that to little boys. You shouldn't be doing it anyway. But little boys are not to touch little boys like that. And almost as if it was in reinforcement, right? Less than a year later, I was caught again with somebody else in the neighborhood. This time a little girl. And I wasn't hardly even talked to about that. She got in big trouble. I remember she wasn't allowed to be around me anymore, but my parents didn't bust me for that.
Yeah, someone else was just saying that they were playing with their girl cousin like that, and their parents were like, "Mm." Which is even weirder, because it's kind of incesty, bro.
Right. And so at that age, 6, 7 years old, I knew I was wrong. Because as much as I listened to my parents tell me that I wasn't supposed to feel that way or do those things, I wanted to. And as I got older, of course, as you approach puberty, the desire for that builds in you. The curiosity about it builds in you. But by the time I got to the age where I really started to have the ability to naturally, nascently start to come into my own sexuality, half of it was gross and disgusting and faggotry. And I had to hide it. And I felt that way since I was a little boy. So I didn't contextualize it when I was 6, 7, 8, like, you're a bisexual. Because I didn't know what that was. Nobody told me that existed. You know what they did tell me? If you think about the things that you think about or touch boys in the way that you touch boys, other boys your age, you're a faggot. That's what I knew. And it took me a long fucking time, guys, to come out from under that.
Because that was like the dunk. Like, pedo was dunk now, faggot was the dunk then.
Yep.
The ultimate fucking...
The ultimate unlivable dunk. You got caught kissing a dude or messing around with a dude, or even the insinuation started passing around school, you were done. They weren't going to come kill you. In some schools, maybe they would have. Matthew Shepard got killed by his classmates. But they were going to be mean to you every day. Your social life was over. Nobody would want to be around you. So that shit was under my hat as a child. And I'm sorry, even in the more welcoming climate, it took me well into my adulthood to come to grips with what I was and to come to grips with the need to come out about it. Because I would say by my late 20s, I was ready to come to grips with the fact that I'm jerking off to gay porn. I'm fantasizing about certain men that I know. I'm fucking bi. And I was able to admit that to myself. That was step 1 for me. Right? Is like, look, I am that. So I had that. Step 2 was like being that for other people. Being comfortable enough being honest about that as if it was something that was wrong or dark or evil about me. Absolutely. Dude, I was more than afraid I'd be ostracized. I was more than afraid I would be ostracized, dude. I knew I would be ostracized. And I don't think this is true, and I don't want you guys to think of my parents in a bad light with me telling you this, okay? Because I don't think they meant it hatefully. But my mother told me one time that she would rather find out that I was a serial killer than have me bring a black girl or a man home. So you need to understand the pressures under which I was raised. And it wasn't just my parents, it was the culture at the time. Are my parents conservative? No, my parents were labor Democrats. My dad became more conservative as he became older, but that was just because that's what he needed to do in order to justify himself being in corporate the corporate world instead of the non-corporate labor world. He was a wage worker. He was a liberal. Then when he got the offer to become a fucking boss, he became a conservative. Isn't it funny how that works? But no, my parents weren't Bible thumpers or none of them. All through my childhood voted for a fucking Republican until my dad. I was well into my teens when my dad took the corporate job. So it was like, I have no doubt that I would have lost some of my friends. I honestly think that there are some of my friends that may have been themselves in some ways. I have not seen that prove out. As far as I know, none of the guys that I'm talking about have like come out, so I don't want to make insinuations about them. But I think there's a few of the dudes that I grew up with, my closest friends, and I was also lucky too, and this is just the way it goes. I was friends with a lot of girls. So even if I came out as gay, that wouldn't have, like back in the 90s, women were so nice to gay people. Like especially younger women of my generation. It was like really heartwarming.
Like that was like probably the first like kind of positive depictions I saw of gay people was like, oh, the gay friend that like helps you dress up in the movie or whatever.
Yeah. It was really like that though. I wasn't out and gay, but I knew people that were, they wouldn't say that they were gay, but they clearly were. And women were not mean to them. Mm-hmm. They like embraced them. Mm-hmm. And so that was very nice. So look to women in the 90s if you want to look at the forefront of the queer movement, at least accepting queers, because like the women of my generation, that being the millennial / Generation X cusp generation, were very nice. Not all of them, obviously, because my mother said that. Well, she's not my generation, though. The ones that I knew and the environment that I was in, the negativity, the oppressive negativity came from men and boys and was enforced by men and boys. That's not to say that there wasn't the odd girl that called people faggots and stuff or shamed somebody for that. But it was definitely predominantly
Well,
men
part
and
of that
boys.
too was like, feeling safer with a gay man or something. Like, oh, at least he's not gonna flirt with me. He's not gonna fucking grab my ass or whatever.
Well, who knows? Yeah, like women want to have that like friendship with a man, but like taking out the possibility of like the weird sexual tension that develops. Yeah, why not? But whatever their motives were, they were sweet to gay men. Mm-hmm. They were not as sweet to lesbians. Mm-hmm. Nobody was nice to lesbians. But at the very least, gay men had somewhere that they could go where they weren't treated like total fucking pieces of shit. We live in a Puritan's country, simple as a degenerate tran, I've had to deal with the thought that my carnal identity is a fetish and disgusting life. My whole life a shame. America, much love. I totally agree.
Get a profile.
Yeah, get a PFP. Follow the rules and stuff because I don't want to kick you. But yeah, no. And not just because you paid me, because that was a very lucid and well put statement. So thank you for that. Appreciate your input. I was partly raised that sexuality doesn't matter at all, so I'm lucky. Well, yeah, of course. Look, Amelia was lucky to be born after my generation because you just heard her dad took her to a pride fair. She was not, were you told by your immediate family that being gay was like a sin or ugly or nasty?
Definitely, I think my mom and stepdad were a little more conservative on that, but...
But did they come outright and tell you, if you're gay, I would fucking disown you, or...
No. They evolved on it. I very, very briefly had, a girlfriend or two in high school.
Were you out to them in high school?
Yeah.
So what age did you out?
Probably, like I said, I went to that Pride at 15, so that was probably the year I did it, roughly. And my mom was just kind of confused by it. She didn't understand what it was, and she's like, well, if you don't have a girlfriend now, then why does it matter, kind of thing.
Right.
But she wasn't, berating me for it or anything.
And she didn't shun you when you did have girlfriends briefly?
No.
And See that if I would have,
I just mean like when I was younger, she
Yeah.
was definitely like, but that was like the majority opinion at the time.
that's a softening because
Yeah.
your mom is Gen
Your
X.
50s.
She's Gen X.
Yeah.
So hard Gen X.
Mm-hmm.
So that just shows you the very subtle generational difference in terms of overall attitude and overall acceptance of queer lifestyle between just those two generations, X and millennial. So yeah, no, it's really because it sucks that you weren't immediately just like every like person's dream, right, is a world where a kid comes out as gay and their parent says, "Honey, I don't care. I love you so much. Whatever you are. I'm so happy for you. I'm so sad that you weren't able to tell me that, and thank you for sharing it." And everybody wants that to be the way that a parent reacts, and I'll support you no matter what.
I mean, that's what my dad did, but like, I don't blame my mom. Like, she wasn't even really negative about it. She was just kind of confused, honestly. That
Sure.
was probably her primary reaction.
Sure. And see, for me, in my generation, it was just out, and this was not uncommon. I wasn't like alone in this island of bigotry. All of my friends were under the same gun. And if I would have gone as far as you did as to bring a boy home and say, "This is my boyfriend," I would have been banned from seeing that person. There likely would have been talk of sending me to a military academy or some shit. I may have been, like, if I did it later in life, like at 16, 17, there may have been threats of like throwing me out. I don't know exactly what would happen. I never would have tempted that fate. I also, unfortunately, never would have brought home an African American girl. Not just, I closed myself off to the ever idea. Like, luckily for me, I guess not luckily, but somewhat luckily for me, I grew up in an area where there were very few black girls anyway, or black people in general. So the idea of me bringing home a black girl was a far cast anyway. It wasn't
an imposition where you were like turning down
Right.
a dozen girls.
Right, where it was like, there was just like 50 banging black girls at my school that I wanted to date, and like I just couldn't. It was quite the opposite. Like, I always thought that all women were beautiful, but I knew that if I ever met one that had too dark of a skin, now a Mexican girl, that would have been fine. Because that was normalized in my shitty little town. Because the shitty little town I grew up in, 50% Mexican, 50% white, or at least demographically, that's how it comes out. It's actually something like 80-20. Because migrant people and like undocumented people.
You lived in farm town.
Right.
So like, they're probably maybe not counted in the census, but fucking
white racists in that little town have somehow forgotten, that they used to consider Hispanic folk of a different race, because race mixing amongst Hispanics and whites in that town it's just ubiquitous. It's everywhere. But if I had brought home a black girl, would have been forbidden from seeing her. Same fucking shit. Maybe not as bad. Being gay would have been the worst.
Yeah.
But bringing home a black girl, I would have definitely been like, "You are not seeing her, blah, blah, blah. This is not happening under our roof. You will not, blah, blah, blah. You're grounded, this and that. This is ridiculous. You will not do this. This is embarrassing." I would have had all that. So I never even tempted it. Never tempted it. Never even got close to tempting it. Did I miss one there?
Yeah, there's that one, and then there's also...
Okay, I missed a couple, and then I'm going to go pee real quick. What do you wish your parents would have said to you when they caught you with that other boy? I'm a parent of a boy who I think is bi. Just would like some advice. It's hard to put myself in a 6-year-old's mentality, or the mentality of a parent who has a 6-year-old. But something like, "PJ, what you guys were doing in the float, it's not nasty and it's not wrong, but it is something that little people probably shouldn't do. Because when you grow up, what you guys were doing there is a very, very important deal for adults. And when kids do it and they don't know what they're doing, it can be kind of scary and kind of wrong. And so I really wish that you wouldn't do that. And I really wish that if you were going to do that, that you have a talk with us about why you're doing it. And you're not in trouble. You're not busted or whatever. It's all good. You can still see your little friend, because I was threatened with that. I was threatened, like, you don't get to see your friend anymore if you keep doing this. None of that, you can still see your friend. Everything's fine, but I just think you ought not maybe do some of the things that you were doing because you're not at an age where you really understand how important those things are. That would have been like ideal for me. What's the other one that I missed? My sister found out I'm bisexual and her response was that I'm not a real man. Awesome. Well, that sucks, bro. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak.
Hello, Cricket.
You want to say hello to the chat? You want to say hello? Say hello to Cricket? Say hi.
Cricket, you're so handsome. You're such a handsome boy, and you don't care about being picked up neither. You're just like, fine. You could pick me, Mom. Take me wherever you want to go. All right, pull this up again. Oh, Cricket. Yeah, I said your name. He'll turn like, when you say his name, he does this very deliberate, like, and cats always look like, so you'll say Cricket, and he'll be like, like, whoa, I'm gonna go have a smoke. Take you guys with me.
No, Cricket's definitely not a purebred cat.
No. Cricket is not a pure, he's got a little bit of Bombay in him for sure. But he's definitely a mutt. Got a little mix.
I mean, the main reason I even suspect that he's part Bombay is the Bombay was like literally embedded in the town I adopted him from.
That would make sense that there would be some Bombay genes around that town.
That sounds reasonable now.
Cats are non-Euclidean. Huh? Non-Euclidean? Doesn't that mean like fluid dynamics? What does non-Euclidean mean?
Is it just like a fancy way of saying cats are liquid because they can fit into things? Is that what you're saying?
I don't even know if what non-Euclidean, what does that mean? Like outside of the normal third dimensional rules? Euclid is a type of geometry? Yeah, but why are cats non-Euclidean then? Man, you done fucking confused me, bro. And that makes me mad. So I'm gonna double down. Cats are not non-Euclidean. You don't even know what non-Euclidean is, and that's bad faith. Sorry. Is anyone else totally confused? You're about to be totally banned if you poll the audience about whether or not they're as stupid as you again. You have a rewind button. Go back and watch. Non-Euclidean means that additional spatial dimensions are being taken into account outside of X, Y, and Z that we take. That's what I almost got close. Outside a third dimensional universe. A point outside of the normal axes. The fourth dimension. Albert Camus. I don't know who done did it. Who done said it? You either Euclid or you don't. Pick up the original. Pick up the pace. Could I replace that guy or what? Pace picante sauce? Call me up. Could bring it right back. Pick up the original. Pick up the pace. Pace picante sauce. Three of space, one of time. Oh no, Euclid didn't. Good one, Abyssal. I liked it. 6 out of 10. Clever. I liked it. Three dimensions of space, one dimension of time. Fucking don't bake my noodle right now, man. I'm trying to coast on the easy layup that I had last night. Can you guys please? Dude, did you see the layup I made last night, though? When I was like, and nobody was downfield to oppose me, and I just kind of walked up and went, bloop. Did you guys see that shit? Fuck, bro. Please let me coast. Don't bake my noodle tonight. Don't bake my noodle today, please. I don't want to talk about space-time continuum today, man. I can't do that shit today. It was a true cacophony. Oh, beautiful human cacophony, man. I love arguing. I don't love it in every fucking situation. There are times when argument becomes a weapon that you use against people that you love. But using argument as a weapon is perfectly fine when you're talking about rhetorically, when you're talking about philosophically, politically, or a combination of the two, religiously. There are a ton of different philosophical bents that you can come at where the normal rules of being hyper aggressive and accusatory and giving instant respect and deference no matter what don't apply. Like that applies to my wife and my mother. Like I don't elevate my anger with those people because I love them and they don't deserve to have to hear harsh, angry things from me. Now that doesn't mean that I don't temper my arguments with those things when I'm talking philosophy or politics, because that passion can be useful there and not just used as a bludgeon. You guys don't understand, like, well, you probably do. You've been around Amelia enough to know that her personality is not, it's not that she's not boisterous. She's just a quieter, more pensive person than I am. So I want you guys to imagine a world where I spent all day screaming at her. Or like, even like half a day, once a month screaming at her. I've never screamed at her. And if I have my way and I keep my wits about me, I never fucking will, no matter what happens between us. Because I honor that part of her more than she knows, probably. That calmness and that pensiveness and that chill, considered vibe and demeanor is what made me fall in love with her. And so for me to be harsh and angry and accusatory with her would be a violation of what I see as our relationship. She will never do that to me. She's never raised her voice at me or her hand at me or made any kind of fucking aggressive move towards me ever in the history. Just some love. Thank you, Mick Barrel. Appreciate it. And I don't do it. I don't let myself go there. I know my propensities and I'm old enough to control them. But the same rules don't apply out there in the fucking arena of discourse. In the arena of political conversation, political argumentation, and yes, political debate, these rules do not apply in the same way that they do in my personal life. And never will. because it's in those places that my passion is useful. Not just as a bludgeon, but as a rhetorical device. A weapon, yes. One that I can sharpen. One that I can hone. One that I can change into a different weapon if I need it. Yeah, a weapon for sure.
Love you.
I love you too.
I'm getting kind of hungry. I'm gonna heat up a bowl. Do you want one too?
No, thank you. I'll have one later though. Amelia made some bomb-ass red beans and rice last night, and red beans and rice are one of those dishes, like a lot of dishes, that are better the second day. You warm them shits up the second day, and like all that flavor has just like coalesced up in there. Let's just put it this way: when Paul's ego signs off for tonight, I'll be eating good. I'm not quite ready to do that yet, though. We're gonna keep it going. Fuck was that, D? That's the type of shit I want you to go check out. What the fuck was that? Stuff Jamie was saying about you before the debate was truly gross and actually bad faith. Yeah, well, whatever. Same shit, different day. I didn't chastise Jamie about drama streams in a vacuum. I chastised her about her drama streams only when she started talking about what she does on her channel and started trying to paint it like she's this like super independent political voice on her channel. And I just brought up the fact that like 90% of her videos over the last 6 months have been like fucking drama shit. And the ones where she does like stay away from drama get like 1/10 the views. So that was it. And then I also called her out that she was literally in a drama stream that started because she made a drama stream about me with my face in the fucking thumbnail and was saying all kinds of salty fucking unsubstantiated bullshit about me. So she was trying to act all above drama. I hate drama. I don't want drama. I want discourse. But for some reason, 90% of my channel is drama. And I'm sitting in a drama stream right now after making a drama stream about a drama stream. It's like, fucking get out of here, you hypocrite. It's like 6 layers of Inception hypocrite nonsense. Like, you go that deep, you're never waking up. Like, let's look at the layers. She was in a drama stream. She was saying she doesn't want drama. While in a drama stream that started because she made a drama stream about a drama stream that I made about her. Don't they go not much further deeper than 3 layers into that inception? She's literally in the 3rd level dream state. Oh, of course, yeah. TJ won in the end, of course, because he made the money. Dude, is this a Jamie alt? Hold on, before you ban it. No punctuation. I'd take fucking even odds that was a Jamie Darke alt. Name, you are a liar, no PFP, parroting Vosh, or something Vosh says, no punctuation. But she did make sure to capitalize her own name. Dude, I know for a fucking fact, by the way, I wish Honest Red was still in here. Honest Red, you still in the building? Thank you, baby. Anybody got some Honest Red up in the building? Can I get a little Honest Red up in the building? Maybe not. I guess if he was here, he would say so. He probably wandered off, and I don't blame him. No, but I'm pretty sure that I've heard Honest Red before in the few times that I brushed up against the things that he's said about Jamie Darke. Say that is something that, you know, like Jamie is fond of doing. Like making alts and stuff and like supporting herself and shit behind the scenes with alt accounts, trying to make like it look like there's organic support where there isn't. Very like narrative crafty type of stuff. 10 minutes after her saying you're abusive to your family, she claims she wants no more drama streams. Typical. Did she really say I was abusive to my family? And people really think that I was going to put on the kid gloves with that cunt? Fuck anybody simping for that bitch. She said I was abusive to my family. Did she really say that shit? No, I'm serious. I think it was one thing to say I'm a fucking piece of shit or I'm an asshole or whatever. Yeah, because guilty as charged. But I'm abused. Did she say I was abusive to my family? She insinuated you were abusive towards your girlfriend because of how mad you get on stream. I don't have a girlfriend, I have a wife. So I abused my wife. And then she had the gall to call me bad faith 19 different times or some shit. Are you kidding me? Now I will talk to this bitch again. Earlier, somebody asked me, like, you want to talk to Jamie Darke again? Yeah, now I do. I didn't before, but I didn't know she was going low. I mean, I knew she was going stupid, but I didn't know no, you don't need to clip it. I believe you. I'll go watch it. Yeah, now I do want to talk to her again. Now I do want to humiliate her again in front of everybody. I'm willing to answer for everything that I am. I am not willing to allow people to cast fucking aspersions about me being an abusive fucking person. I'm just not. The furthest thing from that I can possibly be. There have been times where I've been angry with people that I regret. I don't do that to my wife, though. Never have. Never will. So yeah, now I do want to talk to dumb bitch again. Hey, dumb grifter bitch without a fucking thought in her head other than venom. Let's talk again. Let's talk about me being abusive. Or is she saying this? Apparently in the stream last night that ended up being the debate stream on her channel. So early on in that, apparently she's making casting aspersions like I'm abusive to my wife. Because I get mad on stream and because I perform on stream. Now I do want to talk to this dumb cunt again. Now she does need to get set straight twice. Completely invalidates anybody that's trying to make a narrative that feels bad for fucking Jamie or this narrative that I was abusive towards fucking Jamie. Fuck that cunt. I went soft on her. She's lucky I didn't know she said that about me before I went in, because the tact would have been different. It wouldn't have been about, let's make something fun for people to watch. It would have been about, let's eviscerate Jamie Darke to the point of tears if possible. And make sure that nobody ever takes her seriously again. If she wants that, I'll come on her show again. She'll kick me though. No, I'll have TJ moderate one again where she can rage quit if she wants. She wants to go low. Oh, I'm ready to go low on Jamie Darke. Trust me. I got some takes on Jamie Darke that I keep to myself out of respect for other people. I could let my freak flag fly. She wants to find out what I think about her when I'm not pulling punches. Yeah. Go ahead and send her a clip of this. Get with TJ and set up another one. I'll be there. And we'll talk again. Because I got some takes on Jamie Darke that I don't think necessarily need to be fucking public shit. But this is not, by the way, secrets I know about Jamie Darke. This is just shit I personally think about her. That I didn't bring up. I don't think she'll say yes. I think that it'll be yet another, I will not do another bad faith. And that's the smart thing. Like I told her last night. I actually told her that last night. Twice. First in the stream that was leading up to it, the smart thing for Jamie to do would be say no to this and keep streaming. And then afterwards, I told her that, like live on the debate, after I'd fucking completely and utterly dismantled her in front of everybody. I told her, like, you would have been better off staying home tonight and just keeping your little drama stream going over there and talking shit to your little fucking 20 sycophants or whatever you had over there. Because you brought, like, nothing into an arena with a person that, like, I'm not a super genius here, but I ain't no pushover neither. So I'm totally down for that shit, yo. She wants to go gloves off. She wants to cast aspersions and insinuations about me abusing my fucking wife. I'm willing to cast a few fucking... She's got some questions in her head about whether I abuse her wife. I'll let her say her piece, and then I got some questions in my head, too, that might need to come out. I don't take this shit lightly, dude. Like I said, dude, I'm a man that, to the best of my ability, tries to own my flaws. If I do wrong by somebody, I try and come out and make that right to the ability that I can. Whether that's a personal apology or rolling back a take or whatever it is, public apology if it's needed because it was a public discourse problem that went down. If I feel like I've wronged somebody, I'm gonna say sorry. You guys see this shit dotted all throughout my fucking history. I've done it before. I continue to do it. But I don't roll over. I don't allow false narratives to be insinuated by people with empty heads. I meet that shit fucking head the fuck on. My failings are right out here for you guys to see. Go ahead and criticize me on those if you want. But you insinuate that I'm some dark fucking thing behind the scenes. I'm abusing my sweet wife. Like, you guys have no idea what abusing this woman would make me. Beyond a fucking ogre. If you guys had the opportunity to meet Amelia and to see how absolutely accepting and wonderful and beautiful she is to everybody, and how she has nothing but smiles and politeness for everybody, you would know what a truly fucking ridiculous statement that is. You see how much of a fanboy Skeptical Jesus was being last night. It was sad, dude. I don't know what's going on with him. Like, he's another one. He wants to come in here or meet me somewhere or something and have it out with me, because he had a lot of takes on me last night. If he needs a platform or whatever, he like, I didn't ban him or nothing. He's still got a wrench over here. I got no reason to de-wrench him. That'd be stupid. He disagrees with me and shit. So, like, let Skeptical Jesus know he wants a fucking piece too. I'll give it. X gonna give it to you. But I got nothing against him beyond, I think he made some stupid brain dead takes, and I think he's simping real super duper duper hard right now. Super duper hard simping. Simping like some people simp for Sarah in the chat. And Ingrid, dude. Our resident ladies. Our resident recurring ladies. Phoebes. Dude, people come in here simping and simping and simping sometimes. Oh, excuse me, madam. I've seen it. I've seen it. Skep, geez. Skep, geez, what happened, homie? Skep, geez, did it happen, homie? Dude, I've seen it, Sarah. Back in the day, because you're a different Sarah, which I don't think you are, because I think I wrenched, like, you've been around a long ass motherfucking time. There was a fucking one that I did at the studio in Louisiana, where I was waiting to start shooting for that day, and there was a dude in the chat that was just adding you constantly, and you were like, bro, please. And he was all like, I was just trying to fucking get to know you a little better. Blah. Like, he was like, I remember. And if it wasn't you, then I'm sorry, but I'm pretty fucking sure. Was it Cynic? I don't remember, but everyone thinks I'm a catfish. Yeah, that's true. I actually thought you were a catfish at first, for sure. I was like an unironic woman in my chat. Nope. I'm kidding. I joked about it a lot, but I remember it was like a chat meme around Sarah for a while that she was a catfish. I'm simped on hard too, yeah. Yeah, I bet. Simping and pimping. Simping while we pimping. Cynic is actually one of them. It doesn't shock me. Cynic is a lost little lamb. Cynic is a lost little lamb. I don't know that Cynic knows where he's at most of the time. God bless him. God bless little Cynic. Imagine acknowledging simps don't give them what they want. Yeah, exactly. Cynic tried to get you too, Ingrid. I'm sorry. Well, he's gone now. He won't be doing that no more. A lot of Lord of Duck simps too. I'm one of them, by the way. I simp Lord of Duck. Unironically, openly, and unapologetically. I'm a member of the fucking Quack Kingdom till the day I die. Somebody comes near one of them ducks, I will fucking murder them with these two bare fucking hands. Dude, Lord of Duck is amazing. Lord of Duck has brought me so many smiles in the morning. Like I feel like next time Lord of Duck isn't here, I'm gonna have to thank her. Or thank them, because Lord of Duck has brought me so many smiles. In the morning, I'll wake up all sour and salty, like Paul Sour. Goddamn, fucking everything sucks. And I'll go on my Twitter and I'll be like, bah, stupid, fucking dumb, lame, I hate everybody. And then Lord of Duck will scroll by and his beautiful ducks will be there. And I'm like, Lord of Duck is on Twitter for sure. I don't know if she's on IG or they are on IG. Timestamp 46:30. My hot take on Highdeology. Paul wants. Oh, damn it. He didn't have a thing, but I was reading yeah, you're right. No, you did right. No fucking goddamn profile pic. Come back and do that again with a profile pic, please. Get yourself a PFP or get your ass away from me. I wouldn't choose anime, but what the heck? What? It's not for me to say. If you want to be respected, you might want to pick something simple, but whatever. What's with the pronoun game? What do you mean? Lord of Duck, I believe is either trans or NB, and I don't know what their preferred pronouns are off the top of my head, so I'm trying to be respectful. Because I honestly don't know. I'm just ignorant on the subject, so I'm trying to be okay with it. Why do we need a profile pic? Because it's very easy to create brand new accounts and come in, and adding a profile pic adds a little bit of time to the process because they don't show up right away. Info source Twitter. What did you say then? What was it? She, her. Okay, fair enough. I trust you. So, didn't know. Just want to make sure I was being respectful. Yeah, it doesn't have to be of your face. You could just, I told people, like, you can just get like a black, GIF or whatever. It's just or yellow or your favorite color, or like some stupid picture that has nothing to do with shit. I don't care what it is. It just, yeah, I know. And you're going to be banned too, dude. It just kind of sucks. Yeah, it's not like, to be a dick or whatever. Yeah, nobody's got to put their actual face up or nothing. I'm not being like that. I normally go by the pronoun that the person is trying to look like. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the safe bet, right? But you don't always know that that's their preferred. There are a lot of like femboys that don't want she, her pronouns, but that kind of enjoy being more effeminate. More effeminate males that present very androgynously, or even like very female, that don't want to be called women. In real life, not Twitter. Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like in real life too. Like you can presume a pronoun, but you never know. The best way to do is just to ask, I've found. Since we have trans friends in here, can someone explain why it's necessary for cis women to put she, her at the top of their profile? Isn't assumed based on how you present in that case? Curious. Well, I'm not going to try and speak for the trans women, and you guys go ahead and go off the chain and answer. You're free from the rules, because I think it's a good question, and I don't want to speak for trans women on this. But we were just talking about how, like, there are men that kind of revel in looking more effeminate or more androgynous that don't want to be called women. And that goes the other way as well. There are women that kind of maybe revel in looking, one way or another way, but don't want to be called by this pronoun or that pronoun, despite what you might think by their presentation. Now, those are probably few and far between. You're probably right. Like I said, I don't think it's a bad bet to, if you're going to assume a pronoun, to go with whatever somebody's presenting as the best you can. But if you're corrected, then don't be a douche about it. The reason is because you want to normalize the use of pronoun declarations. Pronouns being at the top of everyone's profile means that it's no longer indicative of being trans, but rather a simple indicator of pronouns. Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't have had that take on it either, so I'm glad that Phoebes was here to answer that as well. So yeah, just read Phoebe's answer there. I think that's a really good answer. It's like, it's like a solidarity thing, right? It's like saying, like, look, yeah, obviously I present as, like, I haven't done it. It's just something I haven't chosen to to do, not out of a lack of solidarity for the movement, but because I don't know. It's just not something that I'm interested in doing, but that doesn't mean I don't support people doing it or understand why some people do it. Yeah, I'm really not interested in doing it, but I'm willing to hear somebody convince me to do it if they think it's all that important. I just don't see it as all that important. If I was a person that was less like open and accessible in terms of my takes on things, maybe I would put pronouns in my bio. But I like to let my takes do the talking for me. You know what I mean? It's pretty easy to find me talking about how I feel about trans issues and LGBTQ issues in general and stuff like that. That's why I don't acknowledge when people misgender me. Sure. I mean, then that's up to you as well, Like, misgendering can be something that for one person is utterly kind of shattering and demeaning, and to another person might just be part of how they like to present. I'm thinking of NBs here. Folks that really don't fit into either, and maybe are careful or maybe are okay with being misgendered as it would, be in a normal case, because they don't really care how they're perceived. Or maybe they like being perceived in different ways on different days. You're NB, cool. Didn't know. Pronouns don't matter to me at all, but it's polite to use them frequently. If someone has a minority pronoun, just validate. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and I'm never the type of guy, like, I've misgendered in the chat before. And, I'm never the type of guy that, like, somebody corrects me on the pronouns I'm using or whatever, and I like, double down on it or do it out of malice in the future. Like, I try my best to, like, say, oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. And correct myself going forward. Like, that's why I was careful with Lord of Duck's pronouns, because I could not remember for the life of me exactly how she wanted to be represented. And so I used they. Right? Hey, you works. Hey, you. Out there in the cold, getting lonely, getting old, can you feel me? Hey, you. Out there beyond the wall, breaking bottles in the hall, can you feel me? Boom, 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 boom. Hey, you. Don't help them to carry the stone. Oh, oh. Open your heart. I'm coming home. Oh man, that song. But it was only fantasy. The wall was too high, but we can't see. No matter how they tried, they could not break free. Boom, boom. And the worms ate into their brains. You want to come up on my lap? You looking for a little lap time, or you want your bow? What's your bow, wow, wow? Go get your bow. Go find it. We'll play a fetch. I'll even turn so we can play a better fetch. Where's your ball? Go get your ball. Go find it. Go find your ball. Dirty D. Dirty old dusty old D. Come here. Let me see Dad. Oh my God, you're so dumb, dude. Come on, it's out there. Go find it. Go get your ball. Go fetch it. I should have gotten his attention before I threw it. He literally like heard it hit the ground and looked over there. Now he's gonna find it. Okay, come, go get it. Get your ball. Dinor could pwn Jamie. Yeah, probably. I think it would be a pretty horrible mismatch too, personally. And the worms ate into his brains. Pronouns are pretentious. Do not refer to me. Better yet, do not perceive me. What? Huh? What is your problem? Dinor's taking a shit. Dinor is taking a shit. Where's your bow? It's that way. D, look. It's that way. Your bow. Go get it. Go get that ball. Go find that ball. Please. I don't want to have to go find it. Go do an investigation. You were close. But then you got sidetracked by a poop. Using your name could be perceived as pretentious. What are you on about, dude? I don't know. Just people are they're like, look, dude, I'll admit that for a while I was brain dead on the pronoun shit. It was a new idea and I was resistant to it and I used to make fun of it. My favorite way to make fun of it back in the day was it's a they, which I think is still kind of a funny joke. You know, it's one thing to laugh at just, you know, kind of the natural absurdity of the human race. And it's another thing entirely to like refuse to hear arguments and change your position when you're wrong, you know. It's a language game. Yeah, I used to feel the same way. I really don't feel that way anymore. I just wanted to say that I think these streams are awesome. And thank you for making them even more awesome. I get one on my birthday like I was hoping for, so thank you for that. I don't know why I made you a country person, but you're welcome. Happy birthday. It's also an anti-bullying and hate tactic, bruh. Still kind of dragging my feet on the whole neo-pronouns thing that feel like a step too far. I've never been approached by somebody that asked me unironically to call them Z, Zim, Zizo, or Z, or whatever the fuck. Like, so this whole, like, super hyper alternative pronoun shit is often just a theoretical thing. Like, I've never once had a person be like, you know, I'm talking about somebody in the chat, and I say, like, yeah, she was, like, saying this, and then somebody in the chat goes, like, sir, it's G with a Z. I've never had that happen, so I think a lot of that is just like a false moral panic. Yeah, most MBs go by they, which is not that hard to fucking use as a non-gendered pronoun. Think about it. So if I was going to say he, let's say Dino was MB. He is too stupid to go get his ball. They are too stupid to go get their ball. Functionally, I said the same fucking thing. I just used a different pronoun to refer to Dinor. If that pronoun makes an NB person feel more accepted in a space and given like baseline respect that is typically denied people that are androgynous or trans, then I'm willing to do that in every case. I don't, you know what I mean? And I couldn't think of a case where I wouldn't. One of the big moral panics that took place in the 90s and how they compare with today's moral panic. Great fucking question. The 90s had a lot of moral panics, just like every decade does, as you can imagine. The ones that I remember prominently as a young man, a teenager in that era were there was a moral panic about drug use because crack use was exploding. And so that led to programs like DARE being instituted in the late 70s, I believe, and early 80s. There was a satanic panic that went on while I was a child in the 80s and early 90s where, and it's like let me go turn on the light real quick. I'm tired of sitting in the dark. You want to go inside? You. Inside. Go. All right. Yeah. So anyway, there was a satanic panic where it was this kind of like unironic conspiracy theory nonsense that parents started to buy into, where like cartoons were trying to like fucking recruit your children into Satanism or whatever the fuck. There was that. There was a lot of moral panic around the lyrics in music. I remember that being a really, really big one. These lyrics are violent, depraved, sexual, blah, 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 way much more than today. Even though we see, like, with Lil Nas X's Call Me By Your Name, that's still there. There's still plenty of moral panic about that, but in the 90s, it was like a drum beat, man. Boomers were so pissed off at cuss words in music and rappers talking about fucking bitches and shooting people and all this shit. They were just like over the moon fucking frothing about it. Also, video games and movies were part of that media moral panic, I would say. I'd say that would be a good umbrella term. So there was a lot of media moral panic. And the satanic panic was, of course, an outcropping of that. This idea that kids were being violent because they saw violence on TV leaned to this idea that, kids are seeing Satan images on TV. They're becoming Satanists. And kids are hearing about killing each other in rap songs, so they're killing each other. It's like, no, if they're killing each other, it's because they live in similar conditions to the rap songs that are being portrayed. They live in the ghetto. And they shot each other because they live in fucking horrible, desperate economic conditions. And Doom. There was a panic about Doom. There was a panic about Quake when it came out. I remember GTA 3 caused a huge moral panic in the early 2000s. So a lot of it hasn't changed. You can find the satanic panic shit still if you look for it. I mean, it's not the huge cultural drumbeat that it was in the late 80s, early 90s, but it's still there. The anti-gay moral panic happened in my lifetime as well in the 80s and 90s. This kind of like AIDS is the gay plague. AIDS is the wages of sin. This was something that was bandied about for quite some time, well into the 90s. There was a huge public outreach effort to educate people on AIDS because so many people in the 80s and 90s just assumed it's something that dudes got by fucking other dudes up the butt. So there was that. And all the anti-queer shit that's typical of any decade, maybe softer than it had been before, but that's thanks to the queer activism that takes place at things like Pride. Yeah, just hypersexualization on TV. Oh, showing gay people. I remember there's like a huge moral panic when Will and Grace, I believe, was the first TV show to show a gay kiss. Or maybe not even that. It was the first TV show to have a gay character on it, like an openly gay character, and have that be a plot line. And there was a huge moral panic around that show because it was a positive portrayal of a gay person. It's like a gay person that wasn't like some flamboyant caricature. He was just like a normal guy that happened to be gay. My mom doesn't even, to my knowledge, know if I'm bisexual or not. Like, I've never sat down and had that conversation. I made the choice that, like, I'm going to be open about it in my life, and if it comes up contextually, I won't lie to her, but it's just not something that, like, comes up. And if it does, I'll tell her, and we'll see how she deals with it, but I don't suspect it'll be very good. But I also don't suspect that she's going to, like, disown me or anything over it. She'll probably just have a boomer reaction to it, and if it ever comes up at all. There's also a chance that she knows and has just chosen not to bring it up with me. Because I know she watches my streams and shit from time to time, so. Maybe she knew all along. Well, if she did, then she was pretty sadistic about it. I don't believe she's a sadist, so I don't think my mom has a clue. And that makes sense. Like I said, the bi closet is a weird closet. It affords you some privileges that I suppose gay people don't have. Because I'm sexually attracted to women, I have a wife. So I can present my wife to my mom and not worry about there being prejudice or whatever, because she's a woman. If I was married to a man, it would probably be a much harder pill for them to swallow. But I also believe, and maybe I'm wrong about this, I believe that they would accept me and love me despite it, and they would have me around. And, you know, I use as evidence of that the fact that my parents were friends with that man that I mentioned earlier. You know, NB closet, yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine. I know about the bi closet. I know a lot about it, and like I said, when compared to the gay closet or the NB closet or whatever else, or the trans closet, it probably does have a whole lot of benefit, because bisexual people can pass in humanity, and they don't have to have beards to do it. It's like a gay man that wants to pass either has to accept the rumors of his confirmed bachelor status, or just never present any of his lovers or boyfriends or husband to anybody. Live a double life, basically. Whereas a bisexual man like me, I didn't have to hide anything. I was able to have girlfriends and blah 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 blah, and I just closeted away my homosexual sexual desire. See, that's not something that gay people can do. They can't just flip the switch. But that doesn't mean that, and see, a lot of people take that, which is just the truth, and they use it to, like, I guess the term is like bi erasure. They go like, well, bisexuality is just really not even part.
Yeah, they use that to dismiss anything you say to.
Right, because you're bi, so you were passing, so you don't know anything about being in the closet. You don't know anything about being queer. You don't know anything blah, blah, blah. As if me not ever, like, feeling dirty about my sexuality my entire life was any different than it was for them. You know what I mean? It's just like they want to see the differences, which I'm willing to admit. Every closet is different. The trans closet is fundamentally different from the gay closet. It's two different things. It's mom, I want to fuck people that are the same gender as me, and mom, I am not the gender you think I am. Those are two, like, so If we're going to talk about how different closets are different, I'm willing to talk about it. And I'm willing to admit the bi closet gives you some outs as a queer person. If you know, to remain closeted, but, you know, not be called on it or not be forced into.
To enjoy your life.
Right. But let's not pretend that I didn't suffer just like a gay kid suffered when I was a kid, hearing terms and shit like faggot, not being able to express the feelings that I had for other boys my age, never being able to express that my whole life, having met multiple people in my life that I was interested in that way, past completely, never even told them. So if you want to tell me that that's not something that should be wrapped up in the beautiful LGBTQIA plus rainbow, then fuck you. You're ignoring like a huge swath of pain and discrimination that happens between people. And if you're trying to fucking diminish the bisexual experience, you're actually heaping fucking more coals on the head of a queer person. Like you're taking somebody that had an adjacent or similar situation to you, has their own story and their own pain, and invalidating it because you feel like yours was deeper or different. Why? It's the same thing with TERFs. It's why I don't understand the whole trans exclusionary shit. It's like, why? Why would you do that to somebody? Why would you fundamentally deny someone the basic human dignity of being who they are? And why would you say that they don't belong in your space as a woman? They face a lot of the same problems, if not the exact same problems that women do. In fact, they're raped disproportionately compared to the average woman. They're victims of sexual abuse.
It's like pretty much the only things they don't suffer are like, you know,
Periods.
pregnancy and periods.
Right. And it's just like, are you really going to die on that fucking hill? Really? It's just ammo for conservatives. They can go look, even they discriminate against each other. Oh yeah, I know. As a mark is not set up for the sake of missing the aim, so neither does the nature of evil exist in the world. Epictetus. Epic. I don't know how to fucking say it, man. Epictetus. Epictetus. Thank you for the €5, by the way, or pounds.
You gotta,
Yeah.
think L for London. That's how I do it.
That's what it came through. But it always throws me off because it has that little line that almost makes it look like a goddamn E.
Yeah.
And I go like, it's a euro. Oh no, wait, that's an L. Never mind. It's a layup. You hang your feet over the end of your bed to sleep. A conservative goblin might grab them. That is true. That is true, man. The Hickenlooper might get them too. You don't want that to happen. That's the worst fate of all. Epictetus. All right. Well, thank you. I'll never remember that. Epictetus.
That was 100% the mockingbirds and not cats. Cats do not meow that way.
Yeah, no. That's some mockingbird shit there. I didn't even notice it, but yeah, no.
I know, it stayed into the background for you. It still creeps me out too much to ignore.
Yeah. The shoe bill, dude. Oh man, I want one of them so bad, but then I'm afraid of them too, so I don't want one. I think a shoe bill adopts you. I don't think it's the other way around. Like I don't think you get to have a shoe bill pet. You decide you want to be a pet to the shoe bill, and then you fucking arrange it. You know.
Yeah. All those people that love the capybara episode, you're in for a treat in probably about a month or so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, recorded some fun episodes today. We did some. Today was like what we're calling internally mini-sode day, but really, it's just we've broken up the normal pleb episodes into threes, and we did a full round of filming on those today, and so a full batch of those goes to the editors, but you guys probably won't see it for well over a month, maybe even longer, depending. Maybe I don't know. It should be about a month. Give or take, but it could be longer because shit gets shifted around. That's one of the good things about having this backlog of content is like if something happens, right? Back in the day, you guys remember, and I don't mean to go off on this tangent again, but I really like this, and I want to share this with the people that watch us. Back in the day, you guys remember shit would happen to us, like the house burning down, and we'd have to make a quick video on our phone and go like, hey guys, sorry, our fucking house burned down, and we're going to miss a couple shows. That's happened a couple of times in the history of DFF. Not many. We have a really great track record, and the shit that we have missed shows over have been like, obviously our fucking house burned down. Like, what are we doing?
That was when you guys were still doing it live, right?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, after the house burned down, rather than miss one show, we did it from the couch at Steve's house on my phone, and we did a whole fucking flash fried from. Because none of us had a place to stay. We were all staying in hotels. Yeah. So that was pretty cool. So we're pretty committed to that shit, but this eliminates that completely.
Mm-hmm. Like
so
if someone dies, someone's in the hospital, it's not the end of the fucking world.
If one of us has something we have to go attend to, some family emergency, or even if it's not an emergency, if it's something that's like, some shit I gotta go do, or something comes up in TJ's life and he's gotta go take care of it real quick. Like, we don't have to call off the show or do a special episode or anything. We've got, like, a whole bank of episodes. You guys never know it happened. From your perception as people that are, like, watching the shows with fresh eyes, they happen today, right? For the most part. I mean, some of them might have references that belie their date. But that's why we don't get much farther than a month ahead. So you're not hearing shit from last year, But the reason you might not see something for longer than a month is as we're adding to this, something might come up and an episode might be like, oh shit, this is in the news. Let's put that up. And then, one of the older episodes gets bumped back. So you get an episode that's 2 months old because we bumped a couple of more episodes. But that's for us too. That's good for us. It lets us be reactive with content. So if we've got a bunch of episodes edited, ready to go in the bank, and then Giuliani starts trending again. And one of the episodes in the bank is it isn't, but let's just say hypothetically, one of the episodes in the bank is the Giuliani episode, right? We're just waiting. Yeah. Well, then we drop it. Maybe
that's why y'all have been seeing like so many different editing styles recently, is because you guys have been trying different dudes out to build that.
We've tried, I think functionally now in the last year, we've tried 10 different editors on the show. I believe there have been something like 8 or 10 different edits that you guys have seen from different editors. And this is our process of trying to find, we found a few people that we work really well with, but we need more. We got, a person that handles this aspect of it. We need a person that handles a few other things, some things that are out, some things that are yet to come out. And so we're looking for more people to add to that team. So we're trying out new people all the time. Sometimes it leads to an episode that the edit's a little wonky on it. And it's like, well, if we watch it and we feel, there have been times where it's like, this edit is fucking boodassy garbage. And we've sent it back to the drawing board, right? But, if it's like, okay, this is passable, it doesn't like ruin anything, but the edit kind of sucks, we just don't work with that person anymore. Or we give them feedback, and if they don't change it, we don't work with them anymore. So we're building that kind of a team where we find people that have, the right mix that we're looking for. Know how to highlight a joke here and there, but not overwhelm with the edit. Mm-hmm. But it's all part of a process that's, you guys are all going to get to see unfold in real time. It's a creative property that has people in it that are really stagnation averse. So all three of us, if we share one thing, we all hate the idea of spinning our wheels and doing the same shit always the same way. And so you guys are gonna, you guys get to come along with that ride, and I'm excited about it. Like a lot of the things that we've talked about that are medium distance goals, long distance goals, even like shorter distance goals, really fun stuff on the horizon. So TJ teased last night the possibility of a meetup, and I'm not trying to over tease it either because it may not happen. But we are looking into the possibility of doing a Los Angeles area meetup in this summer sometime, maybe July. May not come together, may not happen, but we're looking at the safety and efficacy and if we could get a place.
The opening is June 15th in California.
Right. So that'll be a month after that and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people will be vaccinated. We're thinking about actually using one of these vaccination verification services to verify like everybody that has a ticket to this is vaccinated or has a fucking valid medical exemption or whatever. So yeah, but if you have a valid medical exemption, you probably shouldn't be around a bunch of maskless people anyway, but we're willing
Unless
to.
you're like allergic to a specific vaccine ingredient, like that's.
It's such a small amount of people that have an actual fundamental vaccination fucking and for a lot of those people the things that they're allergic to in the vaccine can be replaced with other ingredients and they can get a specialty cocktail type vaccine eventually. So it's like this idea that's very small amount of the populace. So yeah. Already did a West Coast meetup. You're killing us East Coast fans. I know, but it's just, it just so happens that it works out, and it is what it is.
Like the New Orleans meetup was East Coast mostly.
I mean, it's in Central Time, so it's closer to the goddamn East Coast. And we did 2 meetups in fucking Ohio back as the Drunken Peasants. So you guys had that opportunity back then too, you East Coast motherfuckers. But look. There is no doubt in any of our minds that we want to do a meetup someday in fucking New York City. It would be lit beyond belief. It would probably be the biggest meetup that we've ever done. So we want to do it. But none of us knows a fucking thing about New York. And it's a huge commitment to do one of these meetups. LA is a known quantity for us. We've made money there before, or at least broken even. So we know we can do this. All of us want to do it again. We all love doing it. So we were trying to make it happen in the way that it works into our schedule right now. And we're all going to be in the same place possibly this summer. And it would make total fucking sense for us to possibly do this. I'm going to be going back east, but not with meetups in mind. I'm going to be going back east with family visits and tattoos in mind. And that'll be like probably down the road, September, October, I'm thinking. Now that I look at our schedule and all the shit that's on it. But yeah, a back east meetup needs to happen. I'm telling you what needs to happen. Scotty pitched this idea to me back when we were on DP, and I fucking loved it so much. Do a New York DP meetup. Have a recovery day, and then fly out of New York to Europe. Do a London meetup. Land in London. London meetup. Take the fucking train from London to Amsterdam. Amsterdam meetup. 3 meetups, possibly a 4th, and then a vacation built in for us where it's not all public shit. We go get to, there are days built in where we go to Italy or whatever.
And obviously something like the episode backlog that you're talking about is what would be.
It would totally enable that.
Yeah.
It would let us go to Europe and do meetups and shit while simultaneously never interrupting the flow of content for people that can't make it to said meetups or don't care about them. So cool, right? Yeah, see, New York, once you guys get the shops, we're there. I like, at least, at the very least, I'll do a fucking solo fucking thing in New York at that point. I want to go to New York after the shops have opened and shit. Fuck yes. And do a meetup. And get blazed in the fucking city that never sleeps. Wait, that's Las Vegas. What is New York? The Big Apple. Get blazed in the Big Apple. Dude, I'm gonna make an apple pipe.
Yeah.
And get blazed in the Big Apple out of an apple. A big one, too. Sir, can I have your biggest apple? Now that's an idea. Agreed. I'm fucking brilliant. God damn it, I'm brilliant. This is Anne Prim Peak right here. What? This? Oh, the ambience, you mean? The ambiance. Ambiance. The Ambien.
So I guess you were right saying that New York is also the city that never sleeps. You doubted yourself again unnecessarily.
Whatever, you know. So, sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm right. If I don't know, I try a lot for being wrong, you know. The city that... Oh, yeah, that is true. I want to wake up in the city that doesn't sleep. Bump, 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 bump. I'll be top of the hill. King of the hill, top of the heap. Yep, that's true. It's right there in the canon, man. If Old Blue Eyes said it, then it's the city that never sleeps.
Wait, which Old Blue Eyes are you talking about? Oh, okay.
I think that's a Sinatra song, right? It's either a Sinatra song or a Dean Martin song. Pretty sure it's Sinatra. Oh,
You were right again.
I was right again. Damn,
Yeah.
dude, look at me, dude. I'm second guessing myself. I just need to realize that I'm fucking right about everything.
Yep.
I need to let go of this self-doubt. Let go of your doubt. Let go of your fear. Embrace your anger. Know that you are correct. And if you are not correct, then make yourself correct. Thanks, Angry Gamer. I'll check out the abuse. I guess put it in the chat. Well, I guess you can't, huh? Fuck. I was gonna say.
What is it? A Manson thing?
No, it's the Jamie Darke saying that I abuse you, apparently.
What?
Apparently that...
When did that happen?
Last night, apparently.
Oh, like before...
Before this, as I was talking in my stream, apparently Jamie Darke, amongst other hot takes, dropped that she feels sorry for you because she sees how abusive I am to the chat and she can't even imagine or something like that what I do to you.
Oh,
like some kind of fucking insinuation like that.
I didn't know that she dragged me into it.
Yeah. But she's on your side, though. Because she knows the horrible, horrible abuse that you suffer at my hands. The withering and constant abuse.
Yeah. Literally the only time I'm around you yelling is when you're doing this. And that's obviously not directed at me.
Right.
It's like, how fucking much energy does she think you have? You spend, like, probably sometimes up to 6 or 8 hours a day yelling at people on the internet.
Yeah.
You have the energy to yell at me.
As soon as I turn this off, I start screaming in Amelia's face, man. And then I yell at Dinor too. He's an abused dog for sure. I mean, everybody can see how I act with him is so fucking problematic and indicative of an abusive personality. I'm so fucking, I kick him all the time. You guys see how I am, that piece of little fucking worthless shit. And that cat that lives in there too. How I fawn over that fucking cat like it means nothing, you know? Give me a fucking break, bro. But and then, so here's what happened. Slings a bad faith accusation at me, insinuating that I'm abusive to you or my family. And then uses, what was the final count? How many times did she?
19 times saying bad faith.
And 8 saying good faith.
Yeah.
Yeah. So had the audacity after claiming that I'm an abuser and dragging my wife into her stupid drama stream, which had nothing to do with fucking shit. She slings bad faith at me 19 times. Where the fuck is skeptical Jesus with the defense take? Is he over there simping right now? Probably. Dude, I did hear this, and I usually don't delve into manatee shit, but I'm going to do it real quick. We're going to take a dip. I heard that the manatee is attacking his own family now.
Oh, yeah.
The cycle is complete. I called this back in the day. I said one day, or somebody did, maybe it wasn't me, but somebody on DP said one day Brett will attack his own family. Because he used to accuse people, you're attacking my family, you're attacking my... And now apparently he's doing that. Like he's throwing his whole family under the bus. Like his brother, his sister.
Like in his content.
Yeah,
Whatever.
yeah. Like on his... I guess the thing that somebody sent me looked like it was taken from Facebook. So I guess he's making these Facebook screeds public about his family and what vampires and leeches and pieces of shit they all are. And how abusive they are and how shitbags they are. All to justify him... What they probably did to offend him was confront him about what a shitbag he was. It's the same reason Jamie Darke will never talk to me again. You know what I mean? Similar personalities. Incapable of like admitting that they might be the center of their own problems. So it's got to be bad faith. Somebody else doing bad faith because I can't be wrong.
Bless you, HK, for not knowing what a manatee is.
Yeah, thank you.
Do not find out. You are a blessed man.
You are, dude. Trust me. Do not get flushed down that toilet. You don't. If you don't know, you are all the better off for not knowing. TJ made that claim? Okay. That's why I said it was somebody on the show. And that does sound like something TJ would say. One day Brett will attack his own family. Apparently now it has happened. Here's the Jamie link. All right. Well, do you want to pull it up, honey, and like we can listen to it?
Okay.
If you want.
Yeah, if I can get it. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to hide you, Sarah. I'm trying to open your link. Alright. Oh, I guess he tagged me in it too, so I could have done it that way, but...
Oh, okay.
I'll tell y'all exactly what Highdeology is. Highdeology is Paul wakes up in a bad mood, doesn't want to yell at his wife, so instead turns on his fucking stream and starts yelling at his chat. Takes out his aggression, his vitriol, his anger on his chat, so he doesn't take it out on the people around him, the people close to him, because fuck these nameless dipshits in the chat. Fuck these people. They're not people. They're not... Guys, those of y'all that are coming right now to me from Paul's chat, y'all realize Paul doesn't view you as people. Paul... Guys. You want my hot take on what Highdeology...
All right, well, that's not
what...
That's not as hot a take. It's still a shitty fucking insinuation to make. But she didn't come out and say that I was abusing you. She just said that, like, the only reason I don't abuse you is because I have Highdeology to abuse, I guess. I guess if Highdeology gets banned, you better watch out, baby. You're going to be falling down a lot of stairs, I guess, if that happens. I don't know. You know, so it's still a shitty insinuation, but it's not, like, as bad as people were making it out to be. So at least I got context on it now. She's still a fucking shitbag for using that rhetoric at all, as if me being angry and performative on a fucking show has anything to do with me personally. getting your tongue lashing from Paul is part of the fun. That's what I always assumed, but I guess for some people, they really think that they're going to come over here and I'm going to change. I'm going to go over there and Paul's going to be respectful to me. And then like 2 days later, there's a Paul was not respectful to me, like DFF subreddit post, and like with a bunch of salty upvotes of other people who I didn't give automatic respect to. Oops. Sorry I made people earn that. Wait, she went full Galen? What are you talking about?
Jamie calling you abusive, I guess. 'Cause
I mean, I can almost guarantee. See, here's the thing. I believe, and I may not be right about this, but I believe Jamie Darke's at the very least aware of the fucking drama that went on between me and Galen. If that's true.
Well, and Galen hangs out in her streams.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. So yeah, then definitely any insinuation that I'm abusive came right out of that dumb fuck's mouth. That's Galen's fucking.
So not even
tact.
your idea of being abusive is her
Right,
idea.
and according to Galen, not even me he was talking about.
Yeah.
But this is Jamie. She got a take from somebody and just runs with it because she doesn't vet anything. Like I said, Vosh could tell her that the sun shines purple upon the earth tomorrow and she would that would be her new position. She doesn't have the basest amount of critical thinking ability. The basest. The most simple, straightforward critical thinking is completely void from her as a person and always has been as far as I've known her. Why is Galen saying stuff like that? I can only speculate. I'm assuming boredom probably drives most of it. Like, Galen really wants to be in the thick of things. And I think that maybe his way of being in the thick of things was to go into a stream of people that knew me and shit talk me.
Yeah, because I mean, he got it himself shared on the subreddit, so people remembered Galen again.
But I think he thought also that maybe, like, because I didn't spend a whole lot of time with Galen. I know him. I've met him a few times, and we've had talks and stuff. But I don't think he knows me all that well because I think he thinks I'm stupid. Because the explanation he gave me for why he was talking shit about a guy named Paul while everybody else in the stream was talking about me was that he was talking about a dude that died 10 years ago that he had a complicated relationship with. The context for the stream is right there, and at no point was that mentioned by anybody. So it's just he thinks I'm stupid. Like that's really why I cut Galen out.
Yeah, I guess he thought you were gonna get along with it. Like, oh yeah, it's just
Galen it was a misunderstanding. Oh, that's fine. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that may get Galen leeway amongst other people in his life, but no. Like, all I required from Galen as a friend of mine was to be like, yeah, dude, I got salty and mad, and I really shouldn't have talked shit about you. I'm sorry. You're not an abusive dude. And I'd have been like, Galen, it's cool. I understand. People pop off. But he didn't do that. He told me some fantasy fairy tale and made up another lie. See, like, if I was going to cut Galen out for lying, I would have cut him out like the day I met him. Galen lies all the time. That's part of Galen's personality. He makes up fanciful stories about things that he's never done and people that he's never met and places he's never been. That's part of Galen. And I accepted that about him forever, and I still do. I don't care that he does that, but you don't tell stories out of school about me. I'm defensive of what I am because I'm very open about what I am. I don't hide things from people. I'm very open and honest about my flaws. I talk about them with you guys all the time. And so to have somebody that's like part of my extended inner circle saying untrue things about me and then thinking I'm stupid enough to buy a stupid lie of an explanation, that's why Galen got snipped out. Why he did it, you gotta ask the dude. I don't know. I didn't put it in his head. I never shit talked Galen.
I don't even think you probably talked to him at all.
No, I mean, I've raised money multiple times for Galen.
Yeah, well, I just mean like you haven't talked to him
No.
recently that would have.
Last time I saw Galen was at TJ's birthday party right before the lockdowns.
Yeah.
And we were cordial and friendly throughout that whole dinner.
Yeah,
He said he was
more
having
than a year ago.
That was
now.
over a year ago, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to say about it. Like, when it comes to his motives, you're gonna have to fucking. I will caution you this: you ain't gonna get it from Galen directly, so you're gonna have to suss it out. because, you know, he's incapable of just admitting that he did a dirtbag thing, and that's fine. But I don't keep people like that around me. Like, I don't care if you do something dirtbaggy to me or you pop off or something, but, you know, if you get caught red-handed doing it and you don't actually think that about me, then you come say sorry to me when you get called. And if you don't, then I don't got no time for you. Do you ever see yourself leaving DFF? Absolutely. I mean, all shows come to an end. I don't know if necessarily it'll be like leaving DFF, or more like maybe DFF runs its course and we move on to a different type of project. Totally see that happening. See, as a creative, you have to be willing to kill your babies. And I'm attached to DFF. I fucking love the show. I was every bit as attached to DP as I am to DFF. Loved that show when I was on it. Would have done anything for it. Same thing for DFF. But shows end. I've never seen a sitcom that doesn't end except The Simpsons. You know, it's the exception that proves the rule.
Yeah.
So yeah, dude, I could see like us going like, you know what, we've kind of explored this DFF concept, let's go our separate ways, or we've explored this, let's try something different, let's change it up.
Yeah. Like, that's not implying anything anytime soon. But...
No, not people are, dude, if people are that stupid, then whatever. The question was, do you ever see yourself leaving DFF? And the answer is, honestly, yeah, I could see it happening down the road. I have no intention of doing it. I have a fucking blast making the show that I make, and I love working with the people that I work with, and I feel privileged to get to work with them. They're funny people, they're talented people, and they're smart business-wise in ways that I'm not. And so it's a privilege for me to get to work with those people. As a performer, you understand what that is. Mm-hmm. Like, if you've ever worked with somebody who compliments you, you understand what a privilege that is to work in that space. And so I get to do every day. I get to work with people who I have good rapport with. I get to make funny things. I get to make them laugh. I get to talk about interesting things. I get to have a community of people who, for good or ill, whether they love me or hate me, find me a heel or a face, are interested and engaged in what I'm doing. And that's such a privilege. It's so cool. And so, yeah, you have to look at it that way. That doesn't mean that DFF is forever, you know. DP wasn't forever, you know, at least in its original iteration, and I doubt it will be in this one. You know, it is what it is. Shows end, narratives change, you know, and that could take a number of different forms. Like I said, that could mean that, like, maybe, you know, TJ and Scotty and I decide, hey, we want to do some solo shit, you know, so we're friends, but let's go do our own thing. Or that may mean like, hey, I got this other fucking idea, let's make a movie. And that becomes our new shit. Or, hey, I've got this fucking idea for a new property, and suddenly we're having more fun doing that than we are doing DFF, and we just decide, like, it's a phantom limb now. Off it goes. You know, there's a number of things that could happen in the future, and as a creative, you gotta we've talked about these things. Like, the idea that, like, people on a show, this is kind of funny, and I'm not trying to, like, make fun of you guys, but, like, I think a lot of times from the outside looking in, you think that the people on the show are like, best buds forever, we're gonna make DFF until we're all dead, you know. And it's like, the truth of it is behind all the show is a business, and the business people involved have talks about, like, what happens if the business should dissolve, how does this happen, how does that happen, what's the process by which. Of course you do that, not out of a sense of, like, it's impending, we need to do this, but as business people. Yeah. So, like, as people are speculating, like, oh, I think DFF might end, or, you know, DFF will never end, it's like, in the background, this has already been discussed. It was discussed before the show was even, like, presented to you guys, at least, like, basically. So, you know, there's a lot of misconceptions. You guys get to see about 1/10 of what we do for the show. The rest of it is all just supporting that show, doing everything else that makes that show happen. Is there a direction that you would take, like, DFF to go, or are you happy the way it is? I love the show personally, but I'm just curious your opinion. Well, I wouldn't say that is an impending change in direction for the show.
That,
But
that thing that's in the works.
the looming thing that's in the works that we're being very non-specific and vague about for a reason. It's not a change in direction for the show, but it's certainly a change for the show. And that is what I love about this show. It was designed from the fucking start to be malleable and changeable so that we don't get locked into the situation that we found ourselves in the DP days. We were a group of creatives who were almost prisoner of our creation because we created this fan base that had gotten so used to us being reactive all the time to every whim that they had that they wouldn't honestly, the fan base would not let us change. Anytime we tried to add a new segment to the show, it got so bad that it would, like, even if we tried to add something new, didn't even take away something. We're gonna try this new thing. Like, it was immediately like, boo, more manatee, boo. And it just, like, as creatives, we tried, like, you guys go look at the last few months or month at least that me, Scotty, and TJ were still a part of DP. And you will see a number of attempts on our part to shake up the format, to shake up the different personalities that are on it, to try some different shit. TJ designed this whole different structure of the show that was like a weird game show that had little micro, I'm trying to remember what he called them, like little mini segments where it was like, boom, we do a real quick game like Florida versus Africa or something. We play that for a couple, like 20 minutes. And then boom, we move to another little game. And boom, we move to another little segment. He wanted to like freshen it up by broadening the amount of things that we could cover and kind of maybe getting us out of the business of watching Von Helton and Brett Keane toothlessly flap their gums at each other and trying to make that funny for the 9 millionth time. And it didn't work. There was resistance from within the company. Ben did not want to do it. He wanted to just follow the whims of the fucking chat and whatever. I'm not saying he's wrong, but that was where he stood. He was 50% of the company. TJ was the other part. TJ tried to make some changes and the audience reacted almost uniformly negatively to every change that was made. If there was an episode that was made where the manatee didn't have his own segment, people would downvote the fucking shit and claim they were unsubscribing. And that, was something that was a constant source of strife within the company because it was just a different philosophy. Ben had the philosophy of like, we have to follow these people's whims. And TJ had the philosophy of that I personally share. These people don't know what they want until we give it them. Like, that's our job as creative people. If they knew like better than we did what they want, they'd be making it themselves. So it's our job. Yes, we got to listen to them. It doesn't mean you just throw every piece of criticism over your shoulder, but it's like every time your audience is resistant to something, you don't just trash it. If we did that, DFF wouldn't exist. Go look at the first episode of DFF or the second. Look at the storm of controversy that exists around that episode. If we had listened to the whims of people who thought they knew better, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. We'd have canceled that show. I probably would be working at a fucking Starbucks, honestly, because that was the next step. If DFF didn't pay off, I was getting a job because... So it's just like, it's right there in your face that listening to people who think they know your content better than you do is bad, in my opinion. That doesn't mean you don't take feedback. That doesn't mean you don't listen to the fucking whims of the chat every once in a while and throw them a bone. But it does mean that if you allow yourself to get locked in to where the inmates are running the asylum, then you've created like a creative dead zone. A functional creative dead zone for yourself.
It's like that's only like super useful in like a corporate environment or something. Like if you're being paid to make logos all day,
right?
And shit.
But that's not what we do. That's not ever what we want to do.
Yeah, it's not directly transactional.
Right. And so when we left DP, big, huge decision, by the way, because that even in its weakened state due to the adpocalypse, DP was still a money factory when we left it. And we all fucking stepped out on a limb, and we're like, we're going to make something new. And we did. And it was based around being able to be changed, being able to be different. You think you could do me a huge favor, honey?
Yeah.
Could you bring the charger and the long cord out here for me? I appreciate it.
You want to keep going?
I'm gonna keep going for a little while, yeah.
Do you want food now, or are you still not hungry?
No, I'll have some a little later, baby. I had a big old hunk of your banana bread for breakfast this morning, so I'm not hungry. I'm not super hungry. I'll have some later. Y'all should hire Billy the Fridge when DP officially dies. Just kidding, kinda. Whatever, bro. I don't hope for anybody's show to die, dude. That's bad juju. That's as they say down in fucking Louisiana, that's bad gree right there. You know what I mean? Other creatives out there doing their fucking business and shit, you know, you want to see them fucking succeed because the writing could be on the wall for you next, you know what I mean? You don't put that fucking negativity out there and hope for people to fucking fail. That's for the audience to do. There's a lot of people in the audience that are just in it to watch somebody's dreams crater or whatever. They want it so bad that oftentimes they try their best to instigate it as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, let me shower these people along with a bunch of other people with so much withering abuse and criticism that they just fold. And oh man, won't that be great when it implodes? If you look at the comments, you will find people like that in the comments of the first 3, 4, 5, 6 episodes of my show. People just going like, this is unwatchable. This is fucking ridiculous. You guys are stupid for doing this. Immediately go back to do DP, or at the very least make this show like that. Give the people what they want. It's filled with people just like that. And the idea behind that was that let us shower these people who are making something for free, by the way, for us, with withering abuse until they make it what we think we want. And if we'd have done that, the show wouldn't exist. Thank you so much, baby. If we'd have done that, the show wouldn't exist as it exists. Or at all. Let me just make sure my shit's charging. All right, we Gucci. It was a tired concept. The anti-SJW makes fun of crazy people, surprisingly right-wing. I agree. I love the Patreon content, Paul. I literally have too much content to watch now. Hopefully they caught that. I'll wait and I'll read those super chats again. Yeah, tell people to refresh for me, those of you that can see me, if you don't mind. I had to check and see if my phone was actually charging, and I'm glad that I did. Because it wasn't. I had to go fix that. Anyway, I wanted to go back, and now that people have had time to refresh, read a couple of these super chats that came in. Joshua with $5 says, it was a tired concept. The anti-SJW makes fun of crazy people is surprisingly right-wing. I tend to agree. I wasn't a huge fan of being locked into that kind of content only. I don't know that it necessarily came from a place of right-wing intent. I love the Patreon content, Paul. I literally have too much content to watch now. Good. People were mad at me for making songs for you. Yeah, I know. Dude, Marshall Manson caught shit because he supported us early and helped us make a song and shit and kept doing what he'd always done for us because he was a fan of ours, which was lend his talent to us and make fun things for us and stuff. And people were like pissed at him for doing that because he didn't join the let's bully them into making DP 2.0. You know, and we didn't. And here we are, 3 years later. Notice any big differences in the DP community versus DFF? I mean, there's a lot of similarities. But, yeah, I mean, they're less insistent. Like, there's still a lot of people that are still hanging around. I think from a lot of them, maybe even from those old days, that are still on the crusade of like, I'm gonna neg everything they do. Like, I'm gonna be in the chat of it. I'm gonna be in the comment section or the chat of everything they do, saying how bad it sucks and how bored I am, and putting Z's or whatever the fuck, right? I think a lot of those, like, there's still some hangers on that think that like 3 years on, they're going to fucking neg us into listening to them. But for the most part, the people that hung on with us and stayed with us and became kind of the fan base of DFF like the show, as is evidenced by the fact that they continuously come back to watch it. So yeah. Highdeologies in general have just changed for the better. Not just the chat, but like the whole flow of conversation, the topics, all of it is better. 100% better. Like, easily better. I like the fact that with DFF, you all stay on a single topic for the whole episode rather than moving from topic to topic in DP. Well, yeah, I mean, and sometimes, we go on tangents and shit, but we always come back to that kind of central topic, usually. But that's part of the idea. Endless conversation prompts. That was the foundational idea behind Deep Fat Fried as a property. When we sat around creatively in the days leading up to and the final days after leaving DP, and started talking seriously about making another property, that's what we talked about. That was the functional idea that we all kind of came to, which was endless conversational topic. What is our strength? We have a good rapport. We work well together. We riff on each other well. We joke. We have a funny way of dealing with one another. Like TJ and Scotty have this whole brother dynamic that's really funny and interesting to watch. And then I've got the stoner friend dynamic in the midst of this, and it works. We play on each other well as entertainers and as thinkers. We're alike enough that it makes the show flow good, but different enough that there's good conflict from time to time that's real. That's our strength. That's our core. So how do we build that? And the answer was endless conversational topics. What stymies us from delivering people a show that's based around that? Running out of things to talk about. So that's why we didn't limit our show to a politics show, or a social commentary show, or a video game show, or a movie show. We talk about all that shit and anything else besides, right? No limits. No topic is off the table. Not really. We've done shows on not having any ideas what to do for a show. And it was actually a really funny and like strangely insightful look at the creative process of trying to come up with constant fun things and just hitting a wall sometimes and going like, I don't know.
I mean, you haven't done that since, really.
No, but it has happened, but people just don't see it.
Yeah.
I'll do research for an episode. You remember that one we worked on together, the Banana Wars one?
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was just like dry as an old cat turd, man. Wasn't any fault of ours, just the subject matter. It was people and places and
death and dismemberment.
Right, and it was just, there's nothing jovial or fun, or there's no angle about it. It was just an endless litany of battles.
Turn into a fucking John Oliver segment.
Right. And so I looked at that work that we did, and I showed up to do the episode that day, and this was before we were doing pre-recordings. That episode was supposed to go out, like that day or the next day or some shit. And I was like, guys, we can do this episode. I'm going to be frank with you. I worked on it. I tried to spice it up, but I think it's dry as an old fucking cat turd. I think we're going to have to work extra hard to make this interesting and funny for people. It's going to be kind of dreary. Let's do something else. So we did a banter-sode that day or some shit. And I think that honestly, right around that time is when we started doing the banter-sode.
Yeah, like it wasn't your first one. I know.
No, it wasn't. But like codifying, like, okay, we're gonna start doing the banter-sode as like a semi-regular recurring thing, where it's like the topic is there is no topic. We just riff.
I mean, they definitely turned into like triple threats over time, for sure.
I mean, there was different. Yeah, I mean, it's the same packaged idea.
Yeah.
Banter-sodes are always refreshing. That's only because you guys don't get them constantly. See, there's
that big Monday live show was a banter.
Right. There's a mix. Like if you guys, there's a lot of people that go like, I wish they would do this. Mm-hmm. If we did that shit all the time, like I love when they do this episode and they need to do more. It's been forever since they did this and this is their best kind. If we did nothing but that, you'd be bored with it and begging us to do something else. So it's like there's a mix. There's like a brew. It's like a witch's brew to making a show work. Right? And we don't give you guys 9 banter-sodes a week because, you know, as much as you guys claim to love them now, you wouldn't. You'd be bored with the idea of us just getting around and talking for no reason. If that's all we did. Right? So the idea is we sprinkle them. We give you a little bit of it. It never has a chance to get old because it's been 6 months or 3 months since you had one. When we first developed the concept, we used to do them more often. We even floated the idea of doing a banter-sode a week. Having a topical episode and a banter-sode. We tried sprinkling more banter-sodes and the community was not super happy with them. And we saw, you know, usually these are well received and they're being more poorly received now. Let's do less. We found the right mix. You know, that's what you got to do constantly. That's the work that you guys don't see. You know, you guys see the end result, but the shit that you guys don't see is all the work that goes into making those decisions, coming up with ideas, coming up with the research, making functional changes to the show, endless meetings, business-related meetings, money-related meetings, accountant meetings, meeting with other creatives that we're working with. So business meetings with editors, graphic designers. We were in a fucking like long-ass meeting just last week with a graphic design company that we're going to be working with. Meetings, touching base with each other, changing things, coming up with timelines, making schedules, all this shit. Like, there's no way. Like, the whole idea of the show, the magic of the show as I see it, is it looks like a bunch of stoner neckbeards getting together and, like, bumbling their way through a show. But it's carefully designed to have that premise over the top of it. Behind it is a very well thought out plan that's constantly evolving to meet new demand or to meet boredom and ennui in the fucking hosts. We get bored doing a certain type of episode, it's gone. We just don't do it anymore till we're not bored with it anymore, you know? So that's what I love about this property. It's like a creative free zone. I mean, yeah, there's limitations, obviously, but within those limitations, we've got wide latitude to do all kinds of different shit. Like all manner of crazy different shit. What type of episode has you the most interested right now? Like right now, I've been on a kick with historical episodes and animal episodes. And that's been a kick for a while now. I'd say about a year. Those have been probably my favorite types of episodes to delve into, whether we're talking about like ancient extinct animals or current animals and learning a little bit more about them. And then like historical episodes.
Yeah, like even natural disasters was like a historical episode,
right,
basically.
So that's the loose umbrella term over it. But yeah, underneath historical episodes, obviously, there's political intrigue, history. There's the history of machines and war and the history of certain people in certain places, history of certain ideas, the future of certain ideas. Like those are the types of things that I have liked so much in the last year. And I don't feel myself getting bored with them, so I don't see any reason to stop making that the bulk of my output. I'm having fun making it. People seem to react really well when I do my shows, so the shows that I am responsible for. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it there. But as soon as I get bored with historical episodes, you better believe I'll do something else. find a different topic to be obsessed with for a while. Always a pleasant surprise to see Stevie on DFF. Yeah, it's always a pleasant surprise to see Stevie anyway. He's just a lovable dude.
If you've ever met Stevie, like, he's tall too, but he's the least scary thing. He's less scary than Dynor.
Yeah, he's a big old teddy bear. Yeah, the weapon episodes are a good example of that, like, subgenre of history, right? So a lot of people don't think of that episode when they think of it as a historical episode, but it was. It was the history of weird weapons and different weapons that have been used historically in different regions and by different cultures. Clits of Steel. A lot of people don't think of that. They think of that and they go, oh, cool, a feminist kind of episode, a strong women episode. And it is, but it's a historical episode. It's the history of women and their contributions to society in various ways. Their audacity and their unwillingness to be told what to do and how to act. So all of that, but a historical episode. Cool, right? That's why I love history as a generalized topic. That's why I'm a layman, aficionado of history. Because it's everything. It's everything human. It's the story of mankind. To the best of our ability, right? It's a little skewed, a little tarnished by time and reinterpretation, but it's our best bet. It's our best attempt at a running record of what we are and what we do. And that encompasses the whole of the entirety of human experience, right?
Probably got their fucking car alarm set off by a cat because they have it turned up.
Or a foxy.
Yeah.
A playful fox.
Yeah, it's generally a bad idea to have car alarms if you're around little wild animals everywhere.
I don't even know why people do it no more.
Yeah.
I've told you about it's the Kitty Genovese effect is what they call it. Kitty Genovese was a woman that was brutally murdered in the middle of the street, and there were hundreds of witnesses. It happened in like the evening time in New York City in a tenement area, and there were hundreds of people that watched out their window and listened to this woman scream for help, and nobody, because they assumed, well, if it's a problem, somebody else has already called the cops, so I'm just going to watch. Nobody called. She was just brutally murdered in front of everybody. And it's the same thing with car alarms. It's like when they first came out on the scene, people would be like, oh, whose car alarm? But it's just like, now you hear that shit. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even have noticed it. It's just part of the background ambiance.
I think it's that effect, but it's also like the bystander effect, but it's also just like the constantness of it. They've always been finicky where they go off for no reason.
Right. So people hear them so many times. So the little boy that cried wolf, basically. It's like people hear them so many times that it becomes ubiquitous and nobody even runs out to worry about it anymore. And they just become noise pollution at that point for cats to set off. And they love doing it too, the little shits.
Yeah. Probably like...
Yeah, they're like, hey, I'm going to do it again. I know cats now. Lived with Cricket enough that I got a little insight on the cat. Come here. Want to get my lap? You come up here and be a soft bunny lap boy. Oh, that's a big boy. Oh, that's a big baby. He's a big baby boy. Oh, he smells so good. Oh, I know. You smell so good. I love you. I love you so much. You're so soft. Oh, thank you. You gonna go get your ball finally?
Can you go potty too, D?
He went.
He did?
Yeah, he pooped.
I feel like he had all the opportunity last night. But...
Yeah.
You find it?
He is a heckin' boy, dude.
Yeah, he is kind of muppety. You gotta give him that.
He is. He's definitely... Oh, look at what you found.
My goodness. I'm impressed. It's probably been 2 days since you got it. You still remembered.
Shoot. Whoa. Come fetch it up. How's he getting on with the foxes? He's doing pretty good. He hasn't done a chase incident in a while. I caught him almost doing one a couple of days ago. They're not around a lot. They're ranging a lot. They're a lot of their hunting and stuff is nocturnal, so
Yeah.
he doesn't see them a whole lot. But when he does, we've been doing good. It's really helped showing him that we see them and that we're not worried about them. Drop it. No, you have to drop it.
Dad's just doing all the ricochets
Yep.
today.
I like throwing him off. This one's gonna go far. It's going over, and you're probably gonna lose it. You ready? Ready? This way. See, he's gonna lose it.
I don't know.
We'll see. Find that ball. No take, only throw. All right. I do think I'm going to end it now, I guess. It seems like we've petered out into a landing pattern here. So yeah, it was fun. Yeah, long one, I guess. Whoa. That's a long daddy. Have a good one. I'll see you next time. Bye.